Whakarongo a kai au ki te tangia te manu nei a te mātui. Tui, 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 tui a. Tui a e runga, tui a e raro, tui a e waho, tui a e roto, tui a e te here tangata. Ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Tui a e te muka tangata. I takia mai Hawaii ki nui, i Hawaii ki roa, i Hawaii ki pamamao. I hono ki te wairua, ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama, tihei Māori ora. E te whare atu nei, roa ko Papatuanuku e takoto nei, tēnā kōrua. Enga mate, haere enga mate, haere ki te wākāinga tuturu o tō tātou mātua i te rangi. Haere, haere, haere rā, moi mai rā. Tēnā koutou, ki ngā iwi o ngā hau e whā. Ko ahorangi Martin Carroll toku ingoa. My name's Martin. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive for Unitec. It feels very strange to me to be told I'm from Te Pukenga, but as of Monday that is true. So Unitec is now a business division of the national entity called Te Pukenga. And I have the great delight of welcoming you. Obviously, I'm not Matua Hari, so he sends his apologies. He would have done a much better job than me, but hopefully I can help make you feel welcome. And can my welcome please not only be professional, but personal, because that is the nature of the sustainability agenda. Yes, it's an academic curiosity. Yes, it's a political football. Yes, it's a business advantage. It's all of those things. But it is also a human necessity. And Te Pukenga is all about leaning into the problems that matter. We're all about leveraging our applied research capabilities, Morena Terian, and our training of the next generation of workers to help address the problems that matter. And when we can do that in partnership with industry, that's when it works. So I want to please commend the Auckland Council. I want to commend the Sustainability Business Network, thinkstep-anz, for the initiative of bringing us all together to talk about this. And if you don't mind, I'll also thank my colleagues at Unitec for helping make it happen. So, what do we know? Well, we know that this problem is going to require a collaborative approach to address. Waste and carbon issues were created by multiple moving parts, and it's going to take multiple moving parts and then some to solve it. What do we know? A lot more when we share our knowledge than when we work individually. And I'm particularly excited to see the collaborative workshops on the agenda today. What do we know? That we're buggered if we don't do this. Probably shouldn't elaborate on that any more than that, yeah? So I just want to thank you. I am not the expert in this topic, but I am an enthusiastic and passionate supporter. So I'm going to get out of the way, leave you to your mahi. Huri noa ki te whare, no mai, haere mai, ki te whare wānanga o Wairaka. Kia kaha for your kaupapa today. Tēnā koutou, morena tātou katoa.
Excellent, thanks so much, Martin. Proper opening. So welcome to Building Out Waste and Carbon Masterclass 2022. This is the first of these that we've done. This is part of the Auckland Climate Festival. You're here with us all day. I'm looking for shocked faces going, really? No, that's how it's rolling. And thanks very much to our sponsors, Unitec Environmental Solutions Research Centre, Auckland Council, Mitre 10 Trade and thinkstep-anz, and also our partners Plastics NZ, the New Zealand Green Building Council, Civil Contractors, Offsite NZ, Master Builders NZ, the Infrastructure Sustainability Council and NZ Certified Builders, which pretty much underlines the fact this is a collaborative effort from the get-go, so thanks to everyone for getting involved. I'm Andy Kenworthy. I am the Senior Communications Advisor for the Sustainable Business Network. I'll be emceeing you throughout the day and popping up in various places, so get used to my face. Health and safety wise, If anything goes wrong, head for the little green man as normal. We'll head you out nice and calmly out to the safe zones. Toilets are up the stairs in the main library area to the right. We'll be doing morning break, morning tea, just straight outside here. And then we'll be doing lunch up into the library area and along further past the toilets, over by the subway to the right. There's a eating area there, and there are also some activity boards there that we'd like you to fill in with various questions and answers to gather some information from you. In the later part of the day, we'll be going upstairs to rooms 2044 and 2045, but don't worry, we'll guide you there and we'll tell you how that's going to roll as we go through. We'll try not to lose anyone. Don't forget your workbook. Everyone's got one of these somewhere, hopefully PDF'd or printed if you've printed it out. Quite a useful tool. There's going to be a hell of a lot of information being downloaded this morning, so it's good to capture it for yourself. And also, one of the key things for us is that we want you to turn up at your desk tomorrow morning and be able to use some of this stuff, so make sure you're grabbing what you can and asking questions of all the speakers throughout the day. Because otherwise it's just an academic exercise and it's just here for the tea and biscuits, which is not how we roll. So there'll be a series of fast-paced presentations in the morning, massive download of information, and then we'll do morning tea and lunch there. It's both sponsored by Mitre 10 Trade. Thank you so much for that. And then mainly vegetarian with some vegan options for those of you with preferences. But feel free to ask any of our staff for the full details if you've got any allergies or anything you need to be aware of. That's all from me for the time being. We're going to roll this real quick. I'd love to hear some words from Steve Rickaby from Auckland Council, one of our key partners, who's going to say a few words to kick us off. Steve. And there's going to be this awkward moment as everyone walks up this slope every time. Yeah, jump up there.
Cool, thanks Andy. Hello everybody. So first of all, just want to acknowledge the work of my colleague Mark Roberts putting this all together. Unfortunately he can't make it today, so I know a lot of you know Mark, and he was really looking forward to being here. So I'd also, just from Auckland Council's perspective, just like to thank the Sustainable Business Network. Auckland Council has direct control of about 20% of Auckland's waste, and the other 80% is commercial, and the only way that we can influence that is through partnerships with the SBN and others in the industry. So thank you James for all your work putting this together, and thank you all. We've got a great mix of people here today with a heck of a lot of experience in the industry, and in the community as well. So really looking forward to some positive outcomes. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Thanks to Auckland Council for your support, obviously a big part of the puzzle. And we'll bring up James right now just to kick us off, to give us some opening comments on the low carbon circular opportunity for the construction sector. I'm just going to change mics as I'll do for the day so we don't lose him. So co-presenting with me, so if he shouts at me during the day, it's because I've forgotten something. James.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks Andy. And so basically what I'm going to do is very briefly sort of set the scene and then just go through how we're going to run today, what and what we're going to achieve. So basically I'm going to just start with some facts. Very briefly, high level, and I'm sure that you're aware of these anyway, and we'll be referring to these throughout the day. So, as a country, we produce effectively 17.5 million tonnes of waste per year. Now, that is, in terms of if we compare ourselves to other OECD countries per capita, we are a high performer in waste creation. And we don't want to be a high performer in waste creation. We know that the waste from the sector, construction and demolition, is the largest source of waste to landfills. And we know that the sector creates 15% of New Zealand's long-standing greenhouse gas emissions. So, this is in a context where we are already using the Earth's resources 1.8 times faster than they can be replenished. In a country like New Zealand, that's significantly more than 1.8 times. We know that we've got to cut greenhouse gas emissions by half by 2030 to have any chance of keeping within the 1.5 degree increase in temperature we're trying to stay below. And we've committed to hit net zero emissions by 2050. So when, we've got a sector that is a high waste producer and a significant contributor to carbon emissions. And we have a need for buildings. We have a need for homes. We have a need for offices, warehouses. So what are we going to do? Well, of course, that's why we're here today. We are going to literally build out waste and carbon. So this is how we're going to run during the day. We're going to start off by hearing from Barbara Nobel, who was supposed to be standing right here, but is now in Auckland Airport on the end of a Zoom due to a bird strike on the plane. But she's going to be talking about this interrelation between waste strategies and low carbon strategies. So, I mean, hands up, who's got a really good understanding of how those interrelate on a detailed level? Yeah, about 3 of you. And so we need to get a lot clearer of how those relate. And so thank goodness Barbara's able to actually join us. We're then going to be hearing about what the government action is happening, is coming. And then we'll be looking at really across the life cycle or across the value chain. So we'll be starting with, how do we design out waste and carbon in the first place? We'll be then looking at what is the role of procurement? How can we procure for these outcomes that we want? We'll be then hearing from a supplier perspective. Then we'll be looking at what is the best practice on-site as well as off-site for building out waste and carbon. We'll then look at what are the solutions at the end of life. And we really want to get your involvement. And so we'll be having some innovation sessions. One will be focused on looking at how we can manage plastic waste on site. And then the other will be looking at how we can start to get a material passport initiative going. We talk a bit more about that and what that means. And then we'd love to capture from your perspective what you need in your organizations to help speed up and scale the necessary transition, building on what we've heard today, but it's crucial that we hear from you and from your experience and capture that and use that to help influence the sector more broadly. Also, during lunch and the networking sessions, we'd really love you to, we really have to capture the work that you're doing that's going to help us get to a low carbon circular sector. And so we have these activity maps along these themes, and we'd love you to share what you're doing or what you know about that's happening in the sector, because we know there's a lot happening, but we don't know all that's happening, and we want to try and capture it all so that we can help build up, build collaborations and scale the activity. And really, so, what we really trying to do is move to a low carbon circular economy, one where waste, pollution and carbon are designed out, the materials that we do have are kept in high value circulation, and natural systems are regenerated. And so we've got a great selection of key stakeholders right across the sector, from architects, designers, material suppliers, contractors, builders, end-of-life solution providers, central and local government representation. So And we need all of these perspectives to come together to get where we need to be going, this circular economy. And there's a huge benefit. So this is, we did a study a couple of years ago looking at Auckland, looking at a few sectors, including the built environment. And there is huge financial benefits for moving to a circular economy, and crucially, huge carbon saving benefits. So this is what we are looking to achieve, and we just, as we've been hearing, there's no option but to do it collectively. So thank you for coming, and I think it's going to be a very exciting day.
Thanks very much, James. Excellent. And that sort of covers the main themes, which is challenge and opportunity. That's the kind of big two themes for the day, really. There's a huge challenge and equal massive opportunity there for us to move forward.
Kia ora tātou. It's great to be here in a different role. I'm usually standing up there and talking to about 100 first-year architecture students, so this is pretty nice. I am a registered architect, and I practiced in Te Waipounamu for a long time, particularly in the Nelson, Tasman region. I've always been passionate about sustainability and low carbon materials in particular. So now I am, for the last 10 years or so, I've been a researcher, and I teach in the School of Architecture here. So I've kind of gone from doing to trying to influence the next generations of designers. I think it's enough.
Kia ora, I am Lizzie and I'm from Spaceworks Interior Architecture. We are designers for corporate and commercial office, retail, hospitality and aged care. My particular focus in relation to sustainability is around short-term construction. Our sector, typically the life cycle of our projects is 5 to 10 years, so we're constantly constructing and pulling it down within a very short life cycle. So that's my focus from a sustainable perspective.
Kia ora, Hamish from Pavilion. I've got about 20 years background in architecture. I've had my own practice. Pavilion is about taking this next big step. We're focused on the design process, leading by example. We're now designing with certain ethos around sustainability and looking at the cross-sector advantage, broadening the architecture and design facility to encourage better design.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Damiloju Adina. I'm from the New Zealand Green Building Council. I'm the technical manager for the residential side and what you know as OMSTAR. And my job basically is to support projects and basically assessors and all those that are involved in bringing out the outcomes for sustainability. And all of these will involve looking at waste, carbon, energy, design. So we're looking at everything from the scratch to the end, and how can we make sure that all of these things come together to bring out the sustainable outcomes that we're looking at.
Thank you very much. So wealth of experience, excellent. So what I'll do now, we'll just sort of run through some examples, and then if we get time, then we'll get to the Q&A. So think as you go what kind of questions you might like to ask of these folks. So Lynn, we'll start with you. Like, kind of what are the best examples you've heard recently of designing out waste, or some of the most interesting you've encountered?
Oh, that was a surprise question. Off the top of my head, I'm probably not going to be able to think of something particularly. I've definitely been involved. I had one of the master students last year did a project about using construction waste, and he did made a database of what construction waste materials were available in a number of facilities around Tamaki Makaurau, and then applied them to converting a car parking building into a recycling centre and a kind of educational and social enterprise project for brown butterbean motivation, which some of you may have heard, which is tackling obesity South Auckland. So I'd say, that's quite interesting. Yeah.
I saw an example recently of a car park being converted into an indoor salad plot, like greens growing.
Yeah.
Farming, over farming.
Yeah.
To your point as well earlier about the cycle of construction. The other example, Jim gave the speakers, he talks about a UK building made Sainsbury's, it was a Sainsbury's environmentally friendly Sainsbury's supermarket. And
Yeah.
it's brilliant and all the things. And then he put up a picture of the IKEA thing. It's the same site, but the thing is they knocked the first one down for 15 years and pushed it towards the landfill and built another one. They also got all the green things. So it's quite interesting, that idea of, it's a great idea to get the certification, but they're still not kind of buildings rather than using them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think also just talking to other architects as well, I mean, I think the first point, probably I'm not really answering your question, but is just the idea of actually turning down jobs. I mean, sometimes projects that people come to you with, are they really necessary? So I think that first sort of point of refuse is quite a good one, and it's a bloody hard thing to do when you're you're looking at your staff who you are trying to employ all the time. But I think that's the first sort of one, and I have done that. Only, I can only say a few times because I had these, several households we were responsible for. But the other one is to try to encourage people to reduce what they're trying to build. Do they really need that extra room? Could they not convert something that they're not currently using well enough? So there's those kind of strategies up front. And yeah.
Is that something that in your practice you've started to do, to actually sort of say no to jobs, or is there a kind of criteria for how you accept a job first off?
Yeah, no, I think every job's of value. It's convincing the client or potential client of what they can achieve with their project. Our focus is turning what is essentially a building liability to a building asset. So we're trying to encourage our clients to look at the benefits of changing, thinking about what we can put into the building through design that will ensure their building is an asset for the future, not a liability. The current model is definitely a building liability. In the linear life cycle model, we're going beyond that. We're looking at the perpetual model, where we want buildings to remain as an asset. So how do you design a building to be an asset, say 25, 50 years time, rather than a liability?
Are you starting to see some of those opportunities coming through as well? Slightly different projects rather than just you?
Yeah, look, our projects, because they are such short life cycle and we can spend a considerable amount of money and create a considerable amount of waste in a very short period of time, some of the things that we're specifically looking around is flexibility. So businesses need to be able to have the ability to grow, shrink or expand. Obviously, we've seen a significant hybrid working model that's come into play for businesses. So design really needs to be focused around flexibility. So rather than building fixed meeting spaces, there are now pods that you can buy that are 4-person, 6-person. So when people are moving from businesses to businesses, they can take them with them. They can resell them. So we're just taking a different approach to how we design fit-outs in order to allow for things like that, to try and remove the construction element, reduce that element.
I suppose it's opened up more questions. The whole COVID experience of we've got these huge tower blocks that are half empty, but people aren't going to go in and just knock the whole thing down and start again every time because the situation's changing so rapidly.
And people don't know what their business is going to look like in 2 years' time in relation to people's relationship with space, whether we are going to keep working from home, whether we are going to be moving more into the office. And some businesses have growth models where they might grow for a project and then shrink again. So the design that we're creating has to have that element of flexibility.
Is that something that the Green Building Council is able to keep up with in terms of certification and star ratings and things? Is that shifting that around as well?
Yep, absolutely. One of the things that I really do love about what we're doing at the Green Building Council is that a lot of times when we talk about these terminologies and building out waste and carbon, it's like, what does that mean realistically? And one of the things that we're doing is to set those standards clearly and then support people to achieve those standards. So for example, we do have, with the designing out waste, we say, okay, if you want to get any credit, any point whatsoever on the construction waste, you have to, first of all, you need to have a site waste management plan. You can't get any point whatsoever on that construction waste without having a site waste management plan, because we do believe that the planning stage is the most critical stage of getting anything out in the first place. So if you don't have the plan to design out waste, to minimize the waste, to, get ready for on-site sorting, none of that's going to happen. And so it's not an afterthought event. It's something that has to happen from the beginning. And that's one of the great things. Another thing that we thought about with the waste credit is to say, look, we're going to set target for 25 kilograms per square meter for the waste that you can generate on site. And we're saying, and that's, if you look at that, that's looking at 20% less than an average build will generate on site. So we're thinking about these metrics and holding people's hands to say this is how you can do it. And of course, there are a lot of challenges that come with that, because people are saying, okay, we don't even know how to measure it in the first place. Especially outside of Auckland, there's a big issue because this waste companies, they do not have enough facility structure to get those accounting of those things going and getting those data going. So we're having projects reaching out to us and saying, hey, look, we have this waste report, we've gotten this waste company to design out, to help us manage our waste, but they don't have enough facility, they don't have enough structure to help it happen. And we're having to handhold people to say, hey, this is what we can do. Can we stage the process so that we're thinking, okay, how can we, so we're doing all sorts from advocating to collaborating to educating, and then finally to rate. So we're not just looking to rate buildings and say, look, you're 6-star, 7-star, 10-star. We're also going with people from the beginning of the journey to the end. And we're not just looking at just projects, we're looking at all the people that are associated, like working with the waste companies to say, how can we help you to get this going? So that, of course, there's a lot of that going on.
It makes me think about how much harder is it to reverse engineer stuff into a building that hasn't been built in this way to go to those star ratings. Also, the trade-off between older buildings that are built in a way that don't generate more waste and knocking them down and starting them again. Is that a challenge that comes up a lot when you sort of redesign as well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so classic example, a recent project we did, we bowled a 17-year-old architecturally designed batch, pushed it down onto the beach and burnt it. It was too expensive to do anything with, and that's a classic example of what's going on at the moment. Is that there's, in terms of design, the flexibility in the design is thinking about the future use of buildings, rolling it through. It's.
I mean, are you seeing more and more kind of innovative ideas coming through the education process and the new architects coming up?
Yes, yeah, I think that I could, when I first started teaching at Unitec, which was around 2009, there were very few students actually who were interested in sustainability. I mean, it just shows you how recent the real surge in interest is. And now, they get it thrown at them all the time, but also there are far more students who are genuinely really interested and really care and want to look at innovative ways of doing things. This could be a good time to put my slide up,
Yeah, go for it. I don't know. That could be a disaster for us, actually.
No, that's not the one. I'll let you do
Let's
it.
crack on and James can play with the button for the moment. That's good.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the idea of building out waste by being really economic with materials and with the use of digital fabrication is quite a biggie here. Dr. Yusuf Patel is involved in a lot of research sort of around that. And I kind of come in on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, that low carbon materials is really what I'm particularly interested in. But,
Yeah, we'll try and maybe if we can get Penny to help with that slide. Otherwise, I'm going to have to.
okay, how about we pass on to somebody else?
Sure, yeah, I was going to ask you, Lizzie, about how's it playing in terms of the design to execution, like working on some of the waste contracts like Green Gorilla, people like that. Do you find that they're ready to play as well as relatively serious, or are there barriers there?
The barriers are actually the clients and the landlords. we're finding obviously with the people in the room that there's obviously a real desire to move in this direction, and the people in the room have got a real desire for it, but actually the people that we need to have the desire for it is the landlords and the facilities managers and essentially the clients. You'd think that the clients were first, but they're actually not first in the equation. It's really those landlords and building owners. So there is a desire. I feel it's a little bit from the back, not from the front, and we need more of a front progression.
So are you feeling like there's an element of work trying to educate the clients and the landlords? Well, and that's probably quite a difficult dynamic, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
the position of going, well, we'll do what customers always right, but maybe not.
I mean, I think the only way I can see it really working is that it gets to a point where in order to have green building principles or use green building materials potentially demands a higher price on your building. I know it does in some instances, but not necessarily if it doesn't carry a Green Star rating, it just kind of falls into this, building cost per square metre for a lease, whereas we need sort of these sustainable practices to start actually driving lease prices, and landlords are going to want to abide by these practices because they're going to get more money for their properties. So there's this sort of a whole equation, but yeah, the value of the asset goes up, and so landlords then want to do it. So that's our biggest block.
I want to come back to that, but let's just read your slide one at a time.
Right, okay. This is a typical scene in Canterbury in March, and Canterbury is the largest grain growing area in Aotearoa, and what I'm really kind of involved in here is the relationship between primary industries and construction, and we tend to just talk about the manufactured product once it's already on the shelf. But we actually have this resource that is an amazing material, which is the straw from grain production, and which is currently underutilised. Like at the moment, between 20 and 40% of that straw goes up in smoke, because we have a heck of a lot of straw here, and many of you are probably aware of a few straw bale houses around the country. I've designed a few of them, and the thing is that the perception of them is that they are on rural lifestyle blocks, and they're generally with people who perhaps had a large hand in building them themselves. But there's a huge potential for this to come into the mainstream, and there's some great examples overseas of prefabrication companies in the UK, in Lithuania, in Ukraine, of course, because of all the grain. And why aren't we doing it here? We want to use more and more carbon sequestering materials, and if we use this product that is currently a waste or otherwise a very low value byproduct to create highly insulative walls using timber that we've grown here and everything, it seems to me there's a huge potential. So my research, and this has involved students as well, has been for the last few years about investigating how we could do this in Aotearoa. So I'm particularly talking about carbon here, is really trying to reduce the carbon footprint and using something we already produce. It's not like hemp, we are introducing a whole new industry. This is something we already do, and we already do really, really well. Our farmers sort of hold world records for wheat and barley production, and for every tonne they produce, there's a tonne of straw. So that's kind of my passion, and what I am hoping to do far more research on in the next few years.
Fantastic. Shout out to
Yeah.
Bales. Yeah, they're incredibly lovely buildings as well. They're really ambient. I'm actually a bit of a passion for that as well. I did a course on building straw bale and everything.
Yeah.
I'm actually building again soon, so I might come and talk to you.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is to try and normalise it, if you like. So this is about using, so that the panels would be, that they can end up looking like any other house in terms of the claddings and the linings. They don't have to be all rounded edges and have mosaic thingies around the doorways and, dragons and stuff. It doesn't have to be like that, But you can have a dragon, it's all right. Yep.
But it's an important point, is these new and old, the different ways of doing things. It's feeding them through these systems so that they are systemised, that people can trust them, and also cost leverage as well is kind of a key thing. I know it's help conception of the cost, but also the reality that these things take time, especially as materials get trickier. You know, we've seen that with gym and stuff like that around. People might be looking at these materials more and more. And so going back to that and to the point you were making, Danny, about like the interface between the star ratings and kind of getting that the value add thing, like insurers and finance companies looking at it, giving it extra credibility for building a home that's actually a home rather than just a cash machine that looks like a shed. How far along are we? So I know we were talking sort of 5 years ago about something coming through there, but are we seeing that? Have we seen people, real estates, people like that starting to quote star ratings in order to get higher value properties?
I mean, yes, we are. And I mean, I can remember very vividly a couple of weeks ago when one of the developers from Australia who is looking to come into New Zealand said to us, look, I need to come to the Green Building Council to find out what other developers are doing, because we want to be in the competitive market and we want to be built into the standards that we can quote on our brochures to say our house is 7-star. And one of the fantastic things he asked me was, can you show me what other people are doing right now, other developers are doing? We want to go further than that. And that's the kind of thinking that we begin to see, because people now know that these houses are not just cash machines, they are now investment that if they are not properly looked after, if they are not properly designed, they are going to lose their value in the future. So they are now seeing it as not just, oh, let's just build this and make a quick cash and keep it moving. They're now seeing it as an actual investment that will run out if they don't think about it properly in the get-go. So we'll begin to see a lot of that, and we'll begin to see that comparison happening to say, who is the biggest developer? What are they doing? What star rating are they going for? Okay, can we go for 10-star? What do we need to do? How do we need to do it? And all of those things are beginning to happen. I'm really excited about that, yeah.
It's that kind of, I suppose the other thing is the sort of conceptual shift from, again, the sort of cash machine thing to a resilience and utility for framing multi-generational homes that people actually keep and use. And so that kind of adds to the argument of putting the value in at the front end, because you're going to get the utility back out of it rather than, because it is disheartening. In the current market, even if you do up your own house, you're kind of looking at it going, it's not going to make any difference, because if they ever move, they're just looking at the land price, not looking at what I've actually put in, which is a big problem. Hamish, are you starting to see clients coming in, walking in the door and saying, I want 7, 10-star? Are they talking that language? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a massive shift in the last 5 years in my experience with trying to drive, initially 20 years ago, trying to convince clients to do environmental approach design in their buildings, to now they're walking in the door, they've already got the Pinterest photos of all the green initiatives they're wanting to implement, which is fantastic. So it is about the consumer, and it is about convincing them to adopt the right approach in the design process. It is at that point that determines their investment for the future, and is in the design process. So that's what we're targeting, and the key aspects for us is around the life cycle of the building. Obviously, it's not just about what we're creating, but how does it perform over time, and then rather than if it is disposable, we're looking at maintenance. So we're not trying to ultimately dispose of a building, we're actually just trying to maintain it perpetually if we can. So we're thinking about how we put the building together, the specifications, what we're putting into the building. Even if we are specifying products that have an ethical background and low carbon footprint, etc., we still have to put it into the building or assemble the building in a way that can still be recycled. There's no point in putting a product into it if you can't actually recycle it because it's attached to something else. Yeah. So, and that's our waste issue, is that we have to be able to literally deconstruct these buildings. And the biggest issue we have today is the cost of maintenance. Building owners can't afford to maintain their buildings. Right. So we have to design so they can.
So that's one of the key circular economy principles,
Correct. Yeah, correct. So it's very easy to convince our clients to go with these design principles that we're following on the basis that their building is not a liability.
Is that at a corporate level as well as domestic level, or is there a market
I think the corporate commercial model is what we're trying to follow in residential, because ultimately the bottom line for a business is efficiency in building a building. They want the most efficient building to perform to a much lesser task, obviously. Maybe it's just a storage building or whatever, but the principles behind commercial design is what we should be applying more to a residential.
Right, no, that makes sense that way. That's interesting that way around, because one of the big challenges we have at SBN is the idea that you care about people's time because it's time and it's personal, and then you go to work and you kind of bin all that and just go hard.
It's important to separate the emotional part of it for the client. The emotional part of it is, I think, the flexibility of the interior design and all the personal stuff that can go into the building, but the infrastructure, the core of the building and the design has to be at a very different level, and convincing the client to go down that path in the first instance is actually quite easy. When you convince them, you can demonstrate to them the benefit of the design downstream.
Like a company's walking in with their sustainability strategy on the counter ready to go, or you...
No. No, because the sector that we work in, our interior architecture firm is about 25 people, so we're not one of the big guys, we're one of the sort of the smaller agencies. We have companies that come to us for a fit out, maybe 100,000 up to 1.5 million, and we'll be doing, we're doing 2 degrees rollout, so we might do 70 odd stores for them. These people come in with an initial, yes, let's look at sustainability, and it gets value engineered out at some point. So, and that's where we're trying to come at this from a different perspective, and really trying to understand how we can make some real impact in the fit out sector, and try to get people to actually consider using low carbon products, how we might design more effectively and efficiently. But if someone keeps value engineering it out, either from a budget perspective or simply because there's not the design fees allowed and able to accommodate these things, and we're finding this a real hard part for our sector. And because we are not, often a lot of our clients are not in green buildings or are in Westfield shopping malls or all those sorts of things, they don't necessarily want to invest the money or the time into these things, because they really are, they're going to move to a bigger tenancy in 4 years, or the mall's going to have a redevelopment and they're spending money. So we're certainly trying to move forward with our own practices. As a company, we've taken on the initiative to become a carbon zero business, so at least we can say our clients have now using a design agency that are carbon zero, so we're proving their action through our own delivery. But yeah, we're not actually finding it that easy, to be honest.
I mean, Lizzie, to your point about people not wanting to invest effort and time, I mean, one of the big part of my conversations with everyday people is to drive that conversation, to make people aware of what they're losing. We always say the building code only asks me to do this, why should I go further? And I always make the argument that when there is value, when people understand the value, you don't need to force them to comply or to do it. And a lot of this argument of why should I do it, I don't need to do it, is because they do not understand the value of why they need to do it. So that's a big part of driving the movement of sustainability, the understanding of it. I say, look, if the government doesn't ask anyone to do it, if I know that it's good for me, I'm going to do it anyway. So that's where the conversation needs to, and that's why I meet, events like this are very useful, because people understand why they need to do what they're doing. So even if it costs more, they don't mind. Even if even if they're going to spend more time, it doesn't matter, because they understand the value proposition of it. So when the value is missing out in the equation, then you need to convince people, oh, do it, please do it. Why don't you do it? Think about it. When people understand value, they pay the price of it. Simple.
Yeah, the government doesn't tell us to eat healthy and exercise, but I still do it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And that's where also driving policy comes in, right? So once we be, and the same thing for houses. If my landlord knows that if their house is not 7-star rated, 8-star rated, I'm not going to rent it, they're going to change their mind next time they're buying a property. So the people begin to drive the policy. And once everyone starts to do it, government then will back it up. So because at the end of the day, there's no point bringing in policies that no one's going to adhere to anyway. But if anyone's asking about it, and if they're wanting to do it, and if they're saying, I'm not going to rent a property unless it is 8-star rated, well, there we go. landlords now need to start making their minds up and changing things around.
And are we seeing that ebb and flow with the economic cycles? It's interesting for us in all of our work. Is it still seen as a premium, a nice to have? How much is it falling away as the economic situation tightens, or is it starting to get its own momentum? It's irrelevant.
I mean, again, it goes back to in the first stage, when you talk about sustainability, all people think about is it's just going to cost me more money. Where's the value from? Now, when you begin to talk about the health effect of it, for example, when we begin to talk about having better performing buildings, and not just talking, all these words are fancy. When you say sustainability, what does it mean for anyone? They're just like, that's the government's problem to deal with the carbon issues that we're having. That's none of my business, right? But when you now begin to tell people about the performance and how that's beginning to affect their health in terms of the building performance, take, for example, building to high standard, having insulation, a level of insulation in your roof and your walls and all of those things. People do not see the connection between that and their health. Once you begin to make this connection and begin to see this link, people are like, oh, right. I'll tell you a classic example. I only came to New Zealand 4 years ago, and that's the first time I realized that I got asthma, right? I got triggered in New Zealand, and when I went to the hospital, I never knew, I was like, I'd never thought that was the situation, that I had asthma, and I was dying at home. And then I went to the hospital, and the doctor said to me, well, you've got asthma. And I said, no, I've never had asthma all my life. And he said, well, that's what happened to most people when they come to New Zealand. It gets triggered from the houses that they're staying in. I'm like, oh my God, yes, now I understand that. Now, when you begin to tell people that it's not just a nice to have, it's actually your health. The reason why you're visiting the hospital, the reason why you're tired all the time is because you're living in a house that is moldy. And, so once we begin to see that, it drives the conversation totally away from, I'm not going to rent this house because it's going to have an effect on my health. Then change of conversation starts to happen. So it's no longer a nice to have, it's a need. It's something everyone deserves to be in a dry, warm home, basically.
Yeah, I know, It's quite well made. I know when I first came to New Zealand 16 years ago, I was shocked at the state of the housing. And I used to joke, like, were you not planning on staying? Like, it's like, just build a shack and just live in that, that'd be fine. And, my kids got asthma, I was living in back homes, and it's not like I'm poverty stricken, but it just isn't the quality of housing out there, so that's a big issue, like pushing that on. I was going to say, Min, the influencing part is still a factor, isn't it? Is that something you're factoring with your students? Are there courses available for these people? Like, how do they sit down with a client and make them, push them over that line?
Well, I guess at Unitec we're not running sort of extra courses other than within the programs, but I know in the past we have definitely been running the passive house training through Unitec, and I hope that will pick up again. It may well, because we've got some pretty close contacts with Unitec and the passive house management. Don't know if they're here today. So I think there's that kind of thing, but I guess the answer is not really at the moment, and as you know, Te Pukenga is in the process of being thrown around, but sustainability and the general issues around it are definitely included in virtually every course now. And so those of you who are architects or in other fields out there and who are getting graduates come and work for you, I'm hoping that they're going to be prodding their employers and prodding the clients to consider the carbon footprint of the buildings that they're designing, how energy efficient they are, asking questions really. So that's what I would like to think is happening. Yeah.
I'm going to close off with a couple more questions, but tell us a bit now about any questions you want to ask. Make the most of the expertise up here. I just wanted to touch on, before we go, like one thing that you wish this lot knew that we might not have said already, or that the industry as a whole kind of got hold of as it's been.
Well, you can tell my bent here, but I just think that we tend to think of ourselves as the construction industry and all the regulatory things that go with it and the suppliers and everything. But I think that we should be looking wider and about how we can have relationships with other industries, like the Ministry for the Environment is an obvious one we've had today, but Ministry for Primary Industries and all those industries associated with that. And there's a whole lot of materials out there, that raw materials, that isn't there a use for them. And I know the Save Board, I'm not sure if anyone's talking about Save Board today, yep. There's various products that are waste materials from other industries that we can be incorporating. And it's an age-old relationship, really, with farming, for instance, and construction. Vernacular architecture, the whole relationship with growing and living and building. I'm not suggesting we go back to the past, but we have got that relationship in our DNA, and I'd like to think that we looked wider than we're currently looking.
Sure. Lizzie, you'll go. What would you like to
I was actually going to say cross-industry communication as well, and also just trying to get some of our building owners to consider this a little bit more. So rather than this very in-industry perspective, getting the people that own the buildings, people that use the buildings, people that lease them, to really start to get them to drive some of this conversation from the other direction.
Yeah, I agree. Look, we live in an information age, and the information now coming available to us, it's about education, and it starts as the designers with our clients coming in the door. It's our job to convince them, there is the information available, and it really is our duty to tell our clients the benefits of clever design.
A couple of things, maybe. No, I just want to challenge everyone in this room to become an ambassador to do the right thing. Once we begin to make the quest and ask these things to be done, we will see that this change is going to start happening. Once we start asking our landlords, once we start pushing for these things, we can then make it happen. Now the hard part is how. When you look at designing out waste and carbon, and sometimes you get some people saying it's too hard to do. The challenge is not to get it all done in one day. The challenge is to get started. And the Green Building Council has tried to put out some calculators, some tools to help us get on the journey. So even if you are not going to be able to achieve a 6-star home, well, can you start on the journey and start to look at these methods of building, start to look at this method of building out waste, building out carbon. And once that begins to happen, your mindset begins to shift, and you're well ready to take on the bigger challenges. So today is just, make the challenge to yourself and say, I'm going to be an ambassador to do the right thing.
Awesome. Excellent. So, now's your chance out there, because it's not just they're really here, it's not just a screen. Who would like to ask a question? If not, I'll get you to talk about yourself and then come up with something.
For the Green Building Council, do you think the healthy home standards are really beneficial?
I'm not going to talk so much at the healthy home standard if they're proven beneficial. I'm going to say that every step that we can take to make things better, and I think healthy home standard is one of those. We do make reference to them. And it's not just doing one thing, it's doing a couple of things. So yes, healthy home standards beneficial and useful, but much more than that is looking at other things that can be done. So I'm not going to say we're focusing just on the healthy home standards, but that's just part of the things that needs to happen.
Well, that's really interesting you say that, because I wrote, I had to do some writing about women involved in sustainability earlier this year, and something happened in the first 10 years of this century when architects dropped the ball. And it happened within the NZIA, and probably, some people wouldn't like what I say about this, but it seriously did. In the 90s, we built up a a NZIA sustainability policy. We were right up there. We were even considered world leaders. And then things happened within the hierarchies and we dropped the ball. And it was extremely difficult. And a lot of funding that had gone into coming up with, I don't know if you recall, that we had the sort of material data sheets that would tell you, if you had to choose a flooring material, for instance, you know, it'd give you a whole pile of information, and Andrew Alcorn from Victoria University was involved in that. So I don't know, for whatever reason, but for those of us who were sort of the sustainability fighters at that time, suddenly we were just crazy people and sidelined. And so it sounds like you kind of came in, you were just sort of when that was starting to happen.
Well, I do have some theories about that. I mean, what happened was that we changed from manual drafting to hand drafting. So all of the management of architecture firms was just suddenly totally on the back foot.
Yeah.
Trying to assert the authority. I still know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Plus the regulations changed, and then we had the whole new building right. So which the whole firm,
The focus went elsewhere. Yeah.
just got absolutely swamped.
Yeah.
But yeah, we lost an opportunity.
But
Save the world then.
yeah, and I think now the younger students who are coming through are coming through. You know, they're Greta Thunberg. What am I trying to say? They're contemporaries. You know, so the whole thing about sustainability it gets asked for. But a surprising amount of students aren't interested still, which is really a bit scary. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it should be part of. It should be part of every architectural practice. It should be just business as usual. You know, it shouldn't be a separate thing. Yeah.
Design for reality. So I always think the word
Yeah.
sustainability is kind of a bit of a weird word. It's just reality.
Mm.
If you don't have a sustainability department, you should have a reality department. Everyone should be relating to reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hamish, I noticed you said that it's quite easy for business clients to take on sustainability initiatives, and I've seen it kind of happening in architecture and residential. But how much luck do you have in committing not to build 300 or 400 square metre sustainable homes and getting those square metres down? Is that easy conversation?
My approach on sustainability is about efficiency. So if someone wants a house that's 300 square metres, it's got to be the most efficient 300 square metres. That is how I approach it. You know, look at the size of commercial buildings today. They're getting bigger and bigger as well, but they're getting more and more efficient. So what's fantastic to meet you, Ben, is just this morning is that for us the difficulty is we can convince the clients to go with green design, but then when we bring the builders on board, the wheels fall off in so many ways because builders are caught in they've got their systems, their process. It's a money-making machine, and what's fantastic is to see a builder that actually has a sustainable manager on board, which is a massive transformation for builders. We're now actually able to talk to someone in the building department that actually has a head on about what's going on and delivering that back to their boss about how they can improve their business and make the building process much better for us. That transition from design through methodology into construction is huge. So in terms of reducing the size of things, yes, we can all live in smaller and be less spatial, if you like, but for me it's about the efficiencies.
Good point, though. I mean, yeah, it's a wider point for sustainability generally.
Can I butt in on that one too?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand your dilemma because, you know, unfortunately as architects, if you want to have a successful business, often you are doing jobs that might not really, size is a biggie. You're often designing a house that's going to be a couple of months of the year, there's going to be people living in it, and it's way bigger than a house that the average Kiwi can afford, and that's the dilemma, and I guess that's why I decided it wasn't going to work one project at a time. I was going to come to Unitec and try and influence a generation, and you know, whether I have or not is a big dream, but you know, that was the logic. But I really I feel for you because I understand the issue, but you want to get something extra out of all those sort of 300 square metre houses that can have a wider influence, wouldn't you think?
Yeah. If it's a single residential dwelling on a 1.5 hectare site, then if they want that space and they can afford it, that's great. Do they need it? Is it? Yeah. But everyone, who are they going to fit into? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We try to design so that we're looking at the big picture, and definitely when they first walk in the door with their idea of what they want and they want a 300 square metre home, that's the big vision. But if in the design process we can convince them to go smaller for whatever reason, whether it's being more efficient with the materials that we're using in the design, then there's a better outcome. So spatial design, for example, making spaces more flexible, putting in divider walls. A project I'm doing currently has no internal walls except for moving and bifolding screens and the like. So the entire building is totally flexible, and the cost savings in that are massive. No, it's cool.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that we've won in our sector, and certainly with commercial offices, that the pandemic has created this hybrid working from home environment, and it has been something that we've been continuing to encourage businesses to consider how they incorporate this working from home strategy and allow their building square meterage to reduce so that their business can potentially double but their square meterage stays the same, and looking at how we can adapt and spatially lay out spaces around activities rather than people on desks. So that has been a win from that perspective as the outcome of the pandemic.
Has that opened up more of an appetite for, so I was going to ask about the appetite for a little bit of inconvenience or a little bit of it not being completely easy to use, like the behaviour change part of the design as well. That seems to be opening up a little bit. Because previously you hit a barrier and you go, oh, you're going to have to use this, like, no, I don't want to do that.
Well, certainly there's change management involved, and I think in everything there's change management. So in order to change people's behaviour, there has to be change champions in order to influence it. But that businesses are adapting and adopting to that quite well. That's been certainly a big plus for us.
I suppose you can nudge behaviour through design as well.
Absolutely.
Do you think industry will take ownership of the sanitation issues, or do you think government needs to step in and regulate?
I think product stewardship is critical. I think producers and manufacturers need to take responsibility for their product. If we're talking about recycling, then we need to create a model where there is the ability for manufacturers to actually have stewardship of their product through the life cycle of the building. If we're doing that, then it's not going to the tip, is it? It's, the manufacturers then have to think about the outcome of where their product's going to be at the end of its use in the building. When they have to take ownership of that, then it's, and if it's going to cost them down the line because they have stewardship of the product, then they're going to change their approach to what they're actually producing. And that's, for me, a key part of getting recycling in buildings moving. We're now trying to work with our manufacturers and suppliers of products to improve their products for our designs. So if we're wanting to design a certain way, then we're talking to those suppliers and manufacturers of products that we really like to actually improve their product with us so that it works for our designs and works for our buildings. So.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Well, that's food for thought. Got the conversations rolling. I'm sorry we're out of time on that one. Please feel free, as always, to catch us during the break and keep those discussions going. Just want to thank Lizzie Wiley from Spaceworks, Hamish Godfrey from Pavilion Group and Architecture, Cameron Aotearoa New Zealand Green Building Council, and Auckland Council
France. There we go. Our profile group. Here we have Melon. Okay.
questions, so if you speak to the microphone, you'll be recorded, which is useful.
Well, kia ora koutou. Nice to see some awesome familiar faces who are very passionate about sustainability, waste and carbon. I feel privileged to be here today. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Rachel Trinder. I'm Manager Waste Minimisation and Site Clearance at Aotearoa. You'll hear a bit later from Brian Berg, who manages our carbon neutral housing program. We've been asked to come and talk today how best to use procurement to reduce waste. So we have a waste minimisation program at Aotearoa. We've started in the site clearance space, so that's at the end of an asset's life. We're busy clearing sites to make way for redevelopments for our big build program. So focus 1 has been at the end of life on site clearance. We've set some targets, and that's really the first step that's enabled us to be successful. I'm sort of going to run through things in the order we've gone about them to try and provide some guidance and assistance for those that are thinking about going on a similar journey. So we've set some targets first, and they're SPE targets, which is fairly weighty targets where we commit to the Minister that we will complete these. For Auckland and Northland, we've got an 80% landfill diversion target, and that's uncontaminated waste by weight, of course. And that relates to our deconstruction and demolition activities. In the region, so all of the rest of the country, we have a 60% landfill diversion target, and that came into effect 1st of July. So we're starting to see some of that data come in at the moment, which is quite exciting. Obvious reason why those two targets, the 60% and the 80%, are different. Auckland is set up differently in terms of infrastructure and capability around diversion and end markets. So we ran an OIA, ROA on deconstruction outside of the regions to sort of get a handle on what people were doing now. Went slightly up to try and improve on that, and we've started at the 60%. So it's a start. Of course, we've got a house relocation target as well of 7%. So we've started, that's where we started with some targets. From the targets, we've created policy. And policy is really valuable, particularly in an organisation of our size, that sets out what staff and contractors must do in terms of waste. It provides clear and operational framework, but it also allows internal sign-off if you need to run any other actions. For example, procurement and setting up a panel. And it also allows creation of new or variations to contracts to support policy. So we did some targets, we proceeded then to move on to policy, and then the policy has then been the assisting vehicle to help us make any other changes, contracting changes, procurement changes. From the policy and the targets, we've created a new form of contract, and this is how it ties in with procurement shortly. With adequate waste sector definitions, right the way down to even how you calculate diversion. Introduce the targets through these contracts, and then also introduced reporting requirements in those contracts. So contractors need to report in to us on a monthly basis on completion of their project, and they must tell us what materials by weight they diverted and where they went, what the end markets were, also what they disposed of, and providing tipping receipts, photos, green gorilla reports or bill of lading certificates if it's going overseas. So we're recording about 4 or 5 main construction types that come out of a dwelling, main materials, and we're tracking for the whole country now what was diverted and where it went. Super important that in that contract is that ability to measure and track performance. And then we have created some quite clever reporting tools, and obviously the real important bit is analysing and measuring the performance against those targets. That's how we have been successful so far. Then, because you've got a new need for work, so we never had any deconstruction contractors on a panel. We never had house relocators on a panel. Sure, we had preferred suppliers. So I saw a real opportunity to create a new environmentally friendly site clearance panel. On that site clearance panel, we've created new scope of works, those new contracts that I spoke to you about. So it's an opportunity to really look at what your waste objectives are, start from the beginning and get those clauses into those contracts. That works with the partners, of course, and we take partners on the journey with us. So the objectives are now in the contract, and then we've set up 3 categories of contractors. 1, house relocators, 2, a deconstruction panel, and 3, demolition panel. So we've set up New Zealand's first national deconstruction panel. So we've got a whole panel of suppliers that are on this contract that are reporting into us on a monthly basis, where we now have quantifiable results, which is really cool. So that's how you utilise procurement to your best, best possibility. What we achieved last year is we diverted 87% from landfill in Auckland, and that's both deconstruction and demolition. We diverted over 20,000 tonnes, that was Auckland only. And then on top of that, we relocated 10% of houses. So we actually diverted much more than 20,000 houses, 10,000 tonnes. We also diverted, picked up and reused 10% of houses. The milestones that this program has achieved is, obviously, we published our site clearance policy in May. We stood up the first national deconstruction panel of its kind, which consists of 24 members. That's new opportunities. The waste minimisation team, my team, is now fully resourced, and we're continuing to share our learnings and work with industry through our Building Momentum webinar that some of you might have come to recently. We've also, through our House Redevelopment Program, chosen as a finalist in the Spirit of Service Awards through the Public Service Commission. Recently been nominated for a Zero Waste Awards by Auckland Council. Thank you so much, Auckland Council. And we've also, through this work and this panel work, have been named as a finalist in the Procurement Excellence Awards. So this stuff, our hard mahi is being recognised. We still have a long way to go. Phase 2 of the program is starting on our construction waste minimisation journey. So we started on site clearance, end of the life cycle. We're now moving through into the construction part, which I'm sure you'll hear from us more in due course, working through designing out waste, off-site manufacturing, mandatory or minimum standards for Homestar and things like that. So procurement, contracts, look after the contractors, work closely with them, follow up those reports, make sure the quality of data coming in is awesome. Show them what you expect to see on site in terms of deconstruction versus demolition, and help them find end markets, help them find places where these materials can go, because where there are end markets is where there is success. One case study I just want to quickly show, because I know I don't have a lot of time. It's really cool looking at the real stories. This is a picture of Cody's son, who's actually accessed one of our relocation homes. She's paid $1 for it. It's now her forever home. When my partner and I are gone, my kids will always have somewhere to come home to. And there's a photo of her son, Potama, paying Rob the $1 for his house. And he's saying, that's my house now, I have a house. These are the cool stories that come out of broader outcomes with waste minimisation, and we're absolutely all for it. I think that's my time. I whizzed through as quickly as possible, so thanks so much for listening.
Kia ora everyone, thanks Rachel. My name is Brian Berg. I'm the manager of the carbon neutral housing team at Aotearoa. My team, it's about myself and about 4 other people in the team directly, but then we actually have a huge number of people across Aotearoa who are all doing their bit to contribute to decarbonising the new construction of our new public and supported housing. Just a little mention, at Aotearoa, what we're trying to do is, we're a small team, the carbon neutral housing team. Rachel's team's actually quite small as well, but the impact and the results that she's had are massive. And that's because it goes back to our philosophy in sustainability at Kāinga Ora, that it's our role is to integrate sustainability, carbon, waste minimisation into what everybody at Kāinga Ora does as part of their business as usual, so that everybody is learning, everybody's making the right decisions and doing their bit, and that's how we take the influence from a team of 5, a team of 4, and then scale it up so that we can integrate it into over 4,000 homes that we deliver every single year. This slide is going to be part of your pack so you can digest it yourselves, but basically this is really illustrating kind of that policy environment that Anne talked about earlier. Policy is really important in what we're trying to do, because again, policy is how you actually get impact, influence across at a size and scale that we need. We can all do things on an individual building by building level, but there are not enough of us, change champions, to be on every single project, every single building consent. So it's policy which is what creates that ability for everybody to be able to do what they need to do to decarbonise and reduce construction waste. The image that you see here is just showing how we can actually trace the Paris Accord and New Zealand's Zero Carbon Act all the way down through our emissions reduction plan, the Aotearoa emissions reduction plan. So yes, that is our emissions reduction plan as New Zealand, through the Carbon Neutral Government Program, the forthcoming Building Act and Building Code reforms. The H1 5th edition was just the beginning of that, down to how Kāinga Ora is operationalising and delivering on these policy objectives through our Homestar, again, policies, so that every public and supported house that we build is designed and we want to achieve over a 90% 6 Homestar certification in our public and supported housing build program. Starting to come and talk about procurement now. Procurement can be many different things. You can be doing procurement of consultancy services. We can be doing procurement of individual materials, but by and large, Kāinga Ora, we are a client and we procure buildings. That's the end goal. As a client, we procure buildings that then provide that for people. The slide you see here is what we call the carbon continuum, and it's mapping out MBIE's Building for Climate Change program with the initial draft caps that they have and some indicative dates set out. I say indicative, they're not policy dates, against the Homestar star ratings down the bottom. The projects that you see and the images that you see in the middle are buildings that we have procured or are in the process of designing or constructing, and they're aligned to those different Building for Climate Change caps. So those buildings are testing that Building for Climate Change program in a real world environment with real builders, with real designers, and to answer those kind of research and innovation questions that you can see on the screen. This is work that we're doing, in partnership and with MBIE and the Building for Climate Change program, and it's an example of how, as Anne put it, that one government approach is really starting to come to life. Again, now talking about procurement, this time procurement of materials. The Carbon Neutral Housing Program essentially is how do we bring the Building for Climate Change program to life, and how do we operationalise it and integrate it into Kāinga Ora. As Barbara started talking about, that is taking life cycle assessment tools, techniques and methodologies and working to make them accessible, easy, simple, fast, so that they can be integrated on projects. That includes both the energy use of buildings, but then also the materials that are used in buildings. What you can see on the screen here is an example building, actually one of those innovation buildings, and it's showing the results of a life cycle carbon assessment, looking at the life cycle embodied carbon, looking at the top, I think 10 materials in terms of their carbon impact, and the bottom 10. The different colours represent the different life cycle stages. So the light blue that you see with photovoltaics, that's actually the replacement of photovoltaics every 20 years over the lifetime of the building, which we modelled as 90. On this project, we made a really big effort to, again, use our procurement to actually specify products that have what's called environmental product declarations, or EPDs. And these are like the building environmental equivalent of nutrition labels on food. But instead of seeing fats, salts, and carbohydrates, you see carbon, stratospheric ozone depletion, eutrophication, and other environmental indicators. So for all of you in the room who are building specifiers, one of the things that you can do through the procurement is start actually specifying products that have EPDs. And I'll just say shout out to Kevin Golding from Winston Wallboards. They've got an EPD. They're leaders in this space, even though I know you're retired, Kevin. That's right. Yeah. Another example of procurement is that we've recently just announced our partnership with eTool. eTool are a life cycle assessment tool provider based out of Australia, and what we're going to be doing is now we're working towards populating the eTool software with the Kāinga Ora specific information about how buildings are actually constructed here in New Zealand, so that we can work towards rolling out life cycle carbon across every building that we build in the public and supported housing build program. So again, we launched a RFP, or request for proposal, earlier this year out to the market, again through our procurement channels. This is procuring professional services, and then we'll be bringing that into the build program. And this slide just sort of skip through it, sort of talks about what the next steps of that carbon tool project of work looks like over the next 6 to 9 months. And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Helen Jenkins from Fletcher Building. It's great to be in the room. It's great to see our clients, our customers, some of our supply chain and some of our own businesses, including our retirees, Kevin, in the room. We have a couple of hats in this conversation because we are both a supplier of building materials into the residential construction sector, but also a builder of residential homes. So I'm going to talk about procurement sort of through the lens of a pilot project we have underway at the moment, which is our 1.5 degree home, LOCO. The inception of this project was a conversation between brands and our residential division on what is the current embodied carbon or whole of life carbon of a typical build, and what does it need to be to align to a 1.5 degrees future. The answer to that question for a standard 3-bedroom home is it needs to have about 7 times lower whole of life carbon. So then the challenge was to work together with some designers and some specifiers and a whole lot of modelers to say, can this be built with materials that are in the market at the moment? And we have broken ground at Waiata Shores to build this. So it's really important that the products we're talking about are in market. This has to be achievable in the real world. It's absolutely not cost neutral at the moment, but really the point of a pilot is to inspire all of that chain of people to work together to collaboratively to see if this can be done, and then if it can be done, you can take parts of it and operationalise them and build them into your standard build more easily, having piloted it in the first place. So what this works out as is about 1/3 of the typical space heating requirements of a home. So keeping those bills operational and solid operational efficiency in other areas too, keeping those bills low for the end user for the lifetime of the home, and most of the sort of whole of life carbon is in the operational phase, but also that 7 times lower embodied carbon build. So sort of recognising that the issue of the embodied carbon that emitted by buildings under construction is not easy to manage, but it can be managed. So through that lens, what are the kinds of questions you need to ask? the critical thing to put this into practice was to work across the whole of the supply chain to deliver this. And as I think people have said earlier in the day, making changes at the design stage is significantly more cost effective. It's much lower cost than trying to make them later in the design process. But if you are looking to sort of do a repeated build, those design changes are essentially no cost for the next build. But also as part of that design, taking advantage of off-site design, digital design, off-site manufacture, building in the option for low carbon material choices on the way through, so that whole research piece about what's available in the market, and also focusing on operational energy. And I would say the low waste, the modular construction, low waste solutions, they are really critical because, you know, the more materials you use, the more embodied carbon is locked up in those materials, whether they're used in the final built product or whether they're part of your waste stream. So if you reduce waste, you reduce carbon. I know this audience is acutely aware of that, but it's actually one of the most positive things has been to see the evolution of that embodied carbon conversation in the construction industry recently in New Zealand, the recognition that, you know, what's emitted, it produces carbon emissions, but also what's locked up in the building products is a critical part of the piece. And then, as we all know, if you really want to lock in good operational efficiency for the end user, you have to do that at design stage. So as one shouldn't do in a presentation like this, I'm ending on a bit of a challenge, which is, of course, you know, there's some really great examples of Kāinga Ora as taking that whole of life view as the asset owner and the asset operator. So one of the challenges is if the end of life user, the person who's benefiting from these bills, is not the supplier of materials or the constructor, we kind of need to, it's hard to have that whole of life thinking if you don't have if you don't have that whole of life view. And I think it does tend to build in sort of different solutions and approaches in the market, maybe more of a build to rent market, but it's still a challenge. So that was what you should not do in a presentation, part one. So then if you're the supplier, or if, in fact if you're the specifier, we've had some great examples of formalised procurement processes, but I would also say, you know, if you're at the inception stage of this as a building products manufacturer, offering solutions, or as a builder, just asking questions is powerful in itself, even if it's not formalised through contracts. So offer low carbon and low waste construction methods that, you know, use your expertise to talk to the client or the designer or the specifier about how you might build. Obviously what you might build with, but how you might build. Looking at low carbon transportation options, consolidation centres, having provision for materials reuse, all those kinds of options. And if you're the specifier, the client, looking at where you were building as well, is it close to decent transportation links. Products with sustainability certification, so EPDs. This is, I think the power of EPDs is that whole of life assessment of your building materials. That's the power sort of externally, but internally within your business. They're a fantastic tool to tell you where you have, if you're a product manufacturer, they will tell you where some of the inefficiencies in your own production chain are. And we have one product, our longest standing product, our insulation product, has been through the EPD process twice. And the efficiency benefits between EPD number 1, whole of life analysis, and EPD number 2 are phenomenal. And finally, you know, the design, we've talked a lot about the front end of the project, but at the back end, improve site waste management behaviours. We've been quite publicly proactive for, you know, resource efficiency plans, waste management plans, for at least for large construction projects, as a regulatory tool to help for this. We see that really we need some incentivisation for site waste management, because there are a lot of sort of headwinds for good site waste management, time constraints, site constraint, you know, just the size of space available on site. There's a lot of headwinds, so we probably need some sort of push to improve waste management practices in the industry. But I think if you're a supplier of materials, and particularly if you're maybe a small or medium enterprise, it probably starts with making use of some of the tools that are available. So there's some fantastic resources through ENBI, there's SBN's embodied carbon calculator. Those tools will give you sort of a bit of knowledge about where you could make the most impact and where, you know, you might want to put an offer to a client or a designer. I think both tracking the your own product, the carbon and resource efficiency of your own product, but in this whole of life approach to housing, actually tracking how effective the end performance of the house was is critical. And for the LOCO example I showed before, that's built into the operational use phase. This thing is loaded with trackers and meters to look at, you know, did all of that modelling on the energy efficiency, for example, of the home, will it play out in the real world? Which clearly means you need a very engaged, you know, your end user of that house, your home, and the family that's going to use that home needs to be engaged with the process as well. And just bearing in, the final point on this slide, bearing in mind that it's all about better products and better houses. I did think it was worth highlighting a couple of these significant waste issues that were mentioned earlier in the day prior to this presentation. So some very brief examples here of plasterboard significant contributor to on-site waste. The sort of the responsible stewardship aspect with end-of-life take-back schemes, but also for our production of our Winston wallboards, our jib product, low waste and more energy efficient design and a lower embodied carbon product is one of the reasons why we're going to upgrade our manufacturing facility, but also put a lot more recycled product into the front end of that loop, which is a more effective way of retaining the quality of the product, and getting sort of it out as jib rather than as a waste. And then in the case of Golden Bay Cement, from a carbon lens, using waste timber from construction sites and waste ties diverted from landfill are two key components of offsetting the kiln firing, the coal used in kiln firing there. So this is the construction and demolition waste, which is the stuff that's not of a quality where you might be able to reuse and recycle it. So it's not a circular economy model, it's a waste to energy model, but nevertheless it's an effective diversion of waste from landfill potentially, and it's effective offsetting of coal. Waste concrete as a secondary aggregate, there's huge opportunity there, and things you should not do in a presentation part 2, ending with the challenge. There are of course technical challenges for whether it's secondary aggregate or whether it's any other recycled content in a product. There are technical challenges, and they can be overcome in some cases, but there remains the challenge, and this is why it all comes back to this joined up construction industry and joined up supply chain. There's still the challenge of the volume of supply of secondary products, and also actually the logistics. How do you get your post-consumer waste from where it is to where it's needed, and how do you guarantee for your customer who's keen to use that post-consumer waste that there's continuity of supply? That I think is an area where the industry can work together a lot better, and you've seen some fantastic examples of actually how it's done in practice from the Kāinga Ora presentation. And more generally, putting some impetus behind sort of circular economy solutions that are industry-wide, I think is the key to that. And on that note, I will hand over for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing those great insights. You know, lots of common themes. I think working right across the value chain was coming through very strongly, and some great, real practical advice coming through for yourselves in terms of procuring for positive waste and carbon outcomes, and as well as the challenge you set them. So I think that's appreciated. But I actually just want to build on that challenge aspect a bit, and just maybe briefly dig into that a bit more. So, I mean, in terms of if you had to sort of pick a key challenge that you've been facing, be interesting to sort of hear what that was and how you've overcome it, or think that you need to, how you need to overcome it.
Diane started off. Yeah, good question. Key challenge. I'm going to just start things off by saying, in our industry, we've been able to design low carbon, high performance homes for 20, 30 plus years. The challenge is that we haven't, and why is that, and what are we going to do about it? Well, part of the reason why we haven't done it is because clients haven't wanted it. That's been a bit of a key theme. One of the things I'm really proud of about working at Kāinga Ora is that we are a client who wants this. So we want 6 Homestar homes for our public and supported housing, and then we want to make them better, and we want to do better. But again, going back to that idea of procurement, is that we procure buildings. We work with the industry, so we also procure, design consultants to design our buildings. And so one of the things that, and if I lay down a challenge of my own, is to all the building designers in the room or whomever might be watching later on, is that as a client we need you, and we need you to be developing new innovative ideas, being able to explain to ourselves and other clients both what the costs and the benefits of these things are. So I'll just use an example because that helps. The H1 5th edition building code clause, really good first step in terms of where we need to go. The biggest, most positive thing out of that is the increased requirements around windows and glazing. That's the single best place you can put your money at the moment in terms of making your building warmer, drier, healthier and more comfortable. If you take the next step and then start looking at the type of glazing you specify, going for a glazing that has a low solar heat gain coefficient or G value, then you start protecting your building occupants against future climate change, warming. So we're already seeing 1.1 degrees of warming, and we're going to hit 1.5 degrees pretty soon, and then we're going to probably hit 2, and don't know how high we're going to go. So overheating in buildings is a real challenge. And so if you start thinking about the way that you use your windows and your glass, you can design that out from the beginning. The other thing is if you recess your windows and bring it in line with the insulation layer, be very careful about your E2 detailing if you do that. But then you can actually you can eliminate the condensation that's forming on windowsills, and then you can communicate to your client to say, look, it does cost this much more, but you've up-spec'd your glass, so you're not going to roast in your house during summer like we did when we had that every Auckland summer. And now during winter, you don't get condensation pooling on your window frames, so you don't have to scrub mold off of them, every other month during winter. That's the value, that's the benefit communicated in a way that a homeowner or a client will be able to understand.
It's also a great segue into our next talk, but so thanks for the clip. It's great, thank you. So, client power.
If we're talking about challenges, obviously legislation will be changing in terms of waste minimisation soon, and with that comes a requirement to need to report as organisations on landfill diversion, what has gone into landfill and what hasn't, and where has that gone. Over the last couple of years, we've worked really, really hard with our suppliers to get the data quality up to speed. That's one of the real issues at the moment, is the data's coming in, but the data needs a lot of work and back and forth and guiding and sort of nurturing to get it to a point where it is accurate. And the sooner you can start in that space, wherever you are, and get familiar with what's required, and your suppliers, familiar with what's required, and the data as accurate as possible, you're set up to fly. It's taken some time, but hand on heart, I can say that after around 2 years, we're finally, not having to continually go back to people, and that, solid data, good data, and knowledge is power. So good luck if you need to come across that in your sector soon.
So a key challenge that you've been facing. I know you alluded to many. If there was one you could sort of highlight and indicate how you've addressed that, or how you think we need to address that.
That is a pretty broad question. I think it's sort of linked to what both Brian and Rachel have said previously. It's the linking up with the data that does clearly point to a good solution, with the ability to either have a client who's asking for that data or have a client who's receptive to you offering sort of those solutions through. It's quite hard to break out of the standard contracting mode in construction, I think. So I think breaking down some of the barriers for sort of innovation of new products, because getting to the proof of concept of new solutions is one of the key challenges. Getting, I guess, the confidence in some new and innovative solutions than in the old solutions that have been working really, really well for 40 or 50 years or for the lifetime of builds. So I think that's a sort of a challenge in aggregate, but we're kind of not going to get to better solutions in the built environment across the breadth of it unless we actually address that particular challenge.
Thank you. Any questions from our audience?
Yeah, sure. So the contractors are managing that for us through their contracts. We have set up basically a form at this point in time, but we've got a two-phase sort of reporting project underway. We're asking them to report on 5 main elements of the building, so concrete, metals, timber, treated, untreated, and by weight in tonnes. So they report what they've diverted, what the weight was and where it's gone, and provide evidence of that. If it's going overseas, like some of it has, to assist with rebuilding in Tonga, then we need a copy of the bill of lading certificate and all those sorts of things. That information comes across to my coordinator and she puts it into a spreadsheet basically. So we've got 2.5 years worth of some really, really awesome data telling a cool story. The next phase we're moving into though is creating that form that the contractors email into us, into an online cloud-based tool where they put the information directly into the web-based tool, and it pulls into a background spreadsheet that goes into BI that we can make all these flash dashboards and things with. So it's working really well. My advice would be don't make it too hard or complex because they just won't do it. They're busy enough. And also make sure you've got a good QA process set up. So if somebody in your back office is checking each report that comes in against everything to make sure that the data is as accurate as possible. Right. Yeah. So that's why we've got some really solid definitions in our contract that makes all of those things very clear for people. What is waste? What is diversion? What is soft strip? What is the diversion rate? What is, definitions, and as much clear framework as possible so everybody's on the same page, and then a not overcomplicated reporting system. We're just capturing the 5 or 6 main big components out of the home, and then make it again as easy for the contractors as possible, because then it will succeed. Yeah. Absolutely right. It needs to be, all local government across sectors should really be doing the same thing in terms of procurement and reporting. I'm sure we'll get there at one point in time. But yeah, completely agree. If it was sort of a one-fits-all, then it would make your lives a lot easier. But good question.
Another
Challenge?
Yes, another challenge. So, we could spend literally all day on this subject, and I know from the number of hands went up with questions, we certainly could. But perhaps you'll be around during the break for further conversations. But perhaps we've got time for one more question. At the back, Green John.
Thank you for the opportunity that Concord has given us in terms of site clearance and this opportunity in construction. We were satisfied that we started our own deconstruction business. What we found is that what people call deconstruction is quite vague. So soft strip is called deconstruction, and then there's sort of very soft versions of demolition that are hybrid demolition that are called
Okay, a couple of things. One, the National Deconstruction Panel are going to require, ongoing training and guidance. A lot of it is new. The 80% landfill diversion is for both deconstruction and demolition work streams. The deconstruction panel have been set up, and we recently held a deconstruction methodology session with them that went exactly on the things that we've talked about. This is what we expect to see when we come to site. Materials softly stacked and demarked in areas where they can't be damaged. We don't expect to see a digger sitting on a pile of rubble. That is not deconstruction. And so, most of them, we've got some pretty solid guys that have been doing deconstruction for some time, Greenway and Trail Group. In terms of the materials, they actually get 100% salvage rights to the materials, and we wanted that to happen because the more they salvage, the more does not go into landfill. But there is material going back into the communities. There are other organisations that are getting a hold of our houses, such as Ara Trust, where they're being picked up in full, relocated to a site across from the airport, and students are then refurbishing the houses and learning, building and apprenticeships, at the same time of learning. We're doing the same with Northtec up in Whangarei. So there is deconstruction happening, but there is still some work to do with further education of the new panellists, and we are, constantly working with them to do that. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much for sharing your insights and answering those questions. Some tough ones there. So thank you, Brian, Rachel, and Helen.
Hi, I'm Michaela Plor, Head of Sustainability for Profile Group. Thank you to SBN for having me today. We're on a mission to make all of our systems circular, focused on packaging at the moment, and then product, which is a little more challenging. Profile Group, just as a bit of a snapshot, is the parent company to the group that represents New Zealand's only integrated supply chain for aluminium and UPVC windows and doors. So this supply chain is made up of all of these businesses, right from extrusion, surface finishing, componentry, hardware, entrance doors, end product glass. Probably the most familiar business in this room would be APL. Last year we celebrated our 50th year in business, and although we're really proud of that milestone, it was actually quite a pivotal moment to go, wow, we made it to 50 years, and we want to make sure that somebody's standing up here in 50 years' time continuing to tell our story and making sure that legacy is continued, right? Because I think in this space, the reason that we're making all of this change is for the future generations. So it was a really beautiful time for us to regroup as a big group of businesses and understand what that picture would look like. Through APL, we've got our 3 consumer brands, Vantage, First, and Altherm, and together we have grown together, and we've contributed to, at the moment, around 50% of New Zealand's home and buildings. So a quick little stat there is we've put 25 million units of product into around 750,000 New Zealand home or buildings. So it's pretty big milestone, but we actually understand our impact as well. And if we make positive change, then that also impacts a big chunk of the building industry. So we've been focusing on establishing systems that sort of go beyond the current expectations of sustainability and the traditional linear model that we see. we really want to reimagine both the impact that we have and the value of what we can create. And we do this because we genuinely believe that this is our responsibility, but the big part here is that there's massive opportunity. And there's opportunity in all of our businesses for this. There's actually a lot of economic upside by reusing materials and keeping them in flow. I just wanted to touch on the fact that through the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, they've established that 80% of the environmental impacts of everything that we make, use and consume is actually determined at the design stage. So there's a couple of pieces in that for us. Obviously we've got product design, so understanding how much of our product could be used from recycled or repurposed materials. That's a little further down the track because it's a much bigger project to tackle. But it's also designing out the need for packaging. I'll touch on the product bit first because we've been doing a lot of work in this space, and Brian alluded to some of the stuff that's happening in the industry around H1, so I've just got a bit of a video, if it'll play.
Some say your environment can inspire you to realise unseen potential and make extraordinary things. Introducing Thermal Heart Plus windows and doors. Thermally efficient frames, the AGP System Performance Glass, and the Centrifix installation method. These brand new and comprehensive ranges deliver exceptional thermal efficiency, almost doubling the performance of standard double glazing. 3 ranges covering all possible design requirements. And all featuring our Thermal Heart technology, a thermal insulator stitched into the core of our frames that reduce the transfer of hot and cold temperatures in your home. A new system for new levels of thermal efficiency. Clean modern lines, door heights up to 3 meters, and high performance in the most extreme weather conditions. Designed in New Zealand and made for our unique New Zealand environments. The AGP system is state-of-the-art glass, made up of 4 key elements. 2 pieces of precision-cut glass joined by an architectural thermal spacer that reduces the transfer of hot and cold temperatures. Argon gas creates an additional barrier to heat loss and improves insulation. And Solux E is a low E coating that reduces heat loss in winter and overheating in summer. A complete thermal solution that delivers 59% less heat loss, a 34% drop in overheating, and a 19% reduction in fading compared to standard double glazing. The game-changing Centrifix technology is recessed into the wall cavity. It aligns all insulation elements and prevents cold air from circulating around the frames. A totally unique New Zealand-designed innovation, giving you over 20% improvement on thermal performance compared to standard installation methods. This is thermal performance, made here for here, keeping you cooler, warmer, drier, and healthier. This is Thermal Heart Plus.
So this has been in the pipeline for us for a long time, and the H1 changes have been the real push for that. Make sure I can go next. No.
Some say
Let's just do this manually. Cool. Hey, obvious, warmer, drier, cooler, in some instances healthier for the occupants, but also less energy consumption in the home, which is the big push here as well. The other part, as I mentioned, was our packaging piece. So I'll go back a couple of years and just explain sort of the journey a little bit. The first step was actually completely mapping our system. Obviously, across an integrated supply chain, all the business units are managed independently. So there was kind of this real silo approach thing happening from a procurement perspective. So we sort of went into this room, which was 4 walls of whiteboard, and nearly took up all of them, but really understanding material flows through every single business, what materials come in, why we use it, and then where they end up. We then did a site-wide waste audit, including some of our fabricator businesses as well, to also understand which materials we were sending them, and then where they were ending up, as well as on our own sites. So I urge people to do waste audits if you haven't done them yet. We did ours through Sunshine Yates. She was amazing, but if the budget isn't in the business to outsource that, it is a really, well, it's not a straightforward exercise, but it's straightforward, but it's time consuming, obviously, but you can just sort of tick away with it, because if you don't draw a line in the sand and understand what you're dealing with, it's also really hard to measure success and show that you're actually improving. So our waste audit uncovered the fact that just with our group of businesses alone, we could wrap a quarter of the circumference of the planet just with plastic wrap. And I mean, we're a big group of businesses for New Zealand, but we're not really big. So if that's what we're putting into the planet, what's everybody else doing? So that was just the most terrifying fact for me. And I really like sharing the fact, because I think something so key in this industry is transparency and sharing learnings as well. I don't think people should sort of sit up there and keep those things a secret, because it's sort of saying that, right, we know we've got a massive problem and we've got even more of a reason to make change right now. So it comes back to that legacy piece as well. The money, we had timber cleats which go around the outside of our aluminium extrusion cases. So it was $1 million worth of single-use timber cleats, right? So we started to understand how we can design those out of our system. So it's all about understanding, the purpose of whatever the material is in your supply chain, in your industry, and can you design it out? Can we use something else? And in our case, we wanted to use things that we could send out and get back. In order to kind of get everybody on the same page, we really needed to hone in on kind of four guiding lights, I guess. So our whole thing was based on the principles of the circular economy: design out waste and pollution, keep materials in use and at their highest value. And I really want to touch on that word materials. We constantly talk about waste, but we've really got to change that mindset. It's not waste. Materials are all high value if we use them again and again and again and again. So yeah, I get like food waste, sure, but we can actually capture food waste and turn that into energy. There's innovation in this space now, and I think that's been a really important thing for our businesses, is everybody sort of says, oh, waste, chuck it away, and we're always really just honing in on that word, like material, it's a material. A big thing for us is about protecting and restoring our natural world as well, and then also enabling our people to be part of the solution. They can lead the change for your business, for your community, for your suburb, whatever it is, if they've got a plan and the right tools. So we started looking at renewable, reusable and regenerative materials. Obviously we had to get the plastic out of our system. These things don't happen overnight. You can't just flick a switch and make all the problems go away. We trialled a bunch of different materials, and I really can't sort of say how important trial is, because circular systems in theory can be great. You start trialling things and it might not be so great. An example for us is we found a wool alternative. So within our case, we've got plastic wrap, we had foam interleaving, we had polystyrene, all the traditional things to protect a product in manufacturing. And at the end of the day, it is about protection. It's about maintaining the quality of the product that you've manufactured to get to the customer in the best condition. That's why plastic and polystyrene are the best material ever, because they're cheap, they're light, and they're really effective. Polystyrene, I would love to see the end of forever. I think plastic, if we can actually reuse it and keep it in a system and stop bringing in virgin plastic, there's actually a place for it in this world. It's a pretty incredible material. Never thought I'd say that, but anyway. So just the wool piece, I'll give you a quick example. We wanted to replace all of those materials. We bought in like a wool pillow essentially to replace the poly. And a woolen blanket to get rid of the foam interleaving in the plastic. So, yeah, perfect. We've got a logistics business, so we've got the capability for reverse logistics. I know not all businesses do, but there is opportunity for collaboration in that space. Lots of trucks are coming back to depots empty, so it's really just about asking as many transport companies that you can for that piece. But what we didn't really take into consideration is that when our cases get to our fabricator businesses' yards, they're the businesses that are operating under the First Vantage and Altherm brands, they might sit outside for 6 weeks. So all of a sudden you've actually got a case that's full of potentially wet, soggy wool, right? So then reverse logistics getting back wet wool, that just adds resource into our business from a consolidation perspective. What do? Do you have to dry it? You know, there's all of these challenges that we didn't even take into consideration at the theory stage. So then it's like, okay, maybe that's not the best thing, but how else can we use it? Or our wool pillows, for example, when we've got our team packing, at the moment the polystyrene stacked up in a pile, they grab it off, break it up, put it in the thing. If you think of a stack of woolen pillows, think of like grabbing the middle sheet from your linen cupboard. You know, you grab it and it all just pours over on you. So that was another challenge. How do we actually make it user-friendly for the team's packing or efficient? Because again, manufacturing comes down to efficiency. It's all about speed and getting product out the door, which is just the world that we've created. So you sort of get your team involved, those that are working with it, and hey, we haven't gone down this path yet, but there were some amazing innovative ideas that came out of it. And a guy came up with the idea of like a cat feeder. So, you know, when you go away and you leave your cat at home and you fill the biscuits and they just kind of pour away as they want to eat, we could do that as well for the woolen pillows potentially, you know, so you're just grabbing out one at a time, but it's all secure. And then once you get this thing happening with the team that are actually working with the product, in our case, the buy-in just goes up tenfold because they're involved. They feel like they're contributing. It's really great for the culture. You know, it's like half of these problems that, I found is that you can put the system in place, but you've still got mindset, you've still got behavioural change to deal with in human beings, and that's often the most challenging bit. So involvement from everybody really helps to get some traction there. I think you might have seen on the screen a couple of times, where am I at? The cleats. I spoke about the timber cleats. So we've got a plastics business, PPL. They do a lot of our wedges and the bit that goes around the aluminium before the glass slots in. We've got the capability of turning our soft plastics, for example, into other plastics. So we were gathering it up across all the businesses, sending it to Astron in Auckland. They'd repalletise it for us because at the moment we don't have the repalletising capability, but that's plant and equipment that we can get. Then we bring it back down and turn that into another product. So we're sort of thinking, okay, well, we want to get rid of the single-use timber cleats, even though people go, well, timber's not that bad, but we know that actually it is because we can't grow it fast enough to keep up with human requirements. Whereas what was a waste stream for us, we can now turn into the timber cleats that go around the outside of the case. So we've started trialling that in transport, making sure that it doesn't slip. That was an issue. You can see there that we've kind of got like a jagged edge or whatever. That's to prevent the cases sliding around when they're in transit, which doesn't happen with timber because they kind of grip together. So that was another trial piece. And then it's sort of understanding how we can make that better and quicker and easier, or get rid of the steel strapping, for argument's sake. And we've got a great team working on that all the time to just find out, you know, can we design the problem out? That's just a kind of a quick snapshot. As I said, we've got a logistics business, so we're really lucky we've got that reverse logistics capability. But essentially it gets packed, it goes out to our fabricator network. It would then come back on APL Direct, our logistics business, not right now because we don't have it yet, but one day we would love to have, you know, a resource centre where we can consolidate everything and then redistribute it for packing. Or that resource centre actually takes the next level, and that's the whole product stewardship piece. So people pull windows or doors out of a house, what do we do with them? They still often end up in like demolition yards and places like that, which I know is good, or sometimes people put them into a shed out the back, but ultimately there is still a lot of aluminium windows and doors going into landfill, which is crazy because we can pull that apart and you can do something else with it. That's big picture thinking, but I don't know how big picture, maybe like five years could be a good goal for that. Anyway, and then sort of all loops around. So our big thing is that we're on a journey to completely redesign the impacts of our packaging systems to be regenerative, circular and climate positive by 2025. We then go through each of our business units and figure out what that particular unit is doing to contribute to us achieving this goal. So I think everybody knows that if you don't really have a goal, you sort of just end up floundering a little bit, or you do lots of little things that you don't know if it's actually making a difference or not. We also brought in the CTI tool, which has been a really, really good tool. So it's the Circular Transition Indicator. There's a quick blurb about it there, but essentially it's sort of an effective decision-making tool used to measure a company's circularity, identify linear risks and circular opportunities. It also validates your progress across water, energy and material flows. So another quite handy part of the tool is, for example, when we figured out that the wool blankets wouldn't work, we sort of looked at a cotton option and whether we could find a recycled cotton option to take the place of the wool and replace the foam and the plastic. You can actually put data into the tool before you even start trialling to understand how it affects your circularity score, which is quite neat because everyone's busy. We're usually pretty resource deficient. We don't all have budget to have big teams of sustainability people, so a simple tool can kind of really guide that decision-making process, which is really good for a board, your management team, or if you're a manager, you can kind of test it quite quickly. So we plan to roll that tool out across all the business units as well, so that they can also see their live circularity score within their own businesses. You also kind of get that competitive piece, which we know also works quite well sometimes with human beings. The EPD, we're nearly there. It's been a big task to try and do a supply chain. Really recognise that even though we're a leading business, we're innovative, we're this, we're that, we're whatever else, we were not great at capturing procurement data and keeping that in a logical spot and understanding where everything comes from and why, and ingredients and all the things that you need for an EPD. So it's been a great learning curve for us. It's meant that we've been able to put better systems in place so you can access this information. Once we've got our EPD, we will complete our carbon zero certification process with Toitu, and we're already declared, which, as Brian touched on before, was the sort of the nutritional piece of your product. We've also been working with ECOS, and we're the first company in New Zealand to purchase biodiversity credits to help us to offset, even though I don't like the word offset because hopefully there's not too much of that to do. But I think supporting biodiversity credits as well is incredible. There's obviously controversial discussion around carbon credits versus biodiversity credits, but look into biodiversity credits if that's kind of an option for your business, because carbon credits ultimately in this country, my personal opinion is monocrops are just the worst thing ever. So how can we actually make our ecosystem do what it's meant to do? Just the final piece on energy. We're a big electricity user in the Waikato. This was really alarming for me. I obviously know our electricity challenges that we face as a country. We had an opportunity to invest in a hydro station in the South Island, which we did. And through the certified New Zealand energy certification system, that brand, essentially it's like a contra. So we've been able to 100% offset our energy consumption across all of our business units with renewable energy from a hydro station. So super proud of getting that across the line. I think we have to think outside the square and understand how we can increase our renewable energy capabilities in this country, because we're getting pretty close to running low. And yes, I think that's me. Thank you very much.
Outstanding. Great to see the level of detail and process required to make the goals, and also the way that our Aotearoa system more suppliers do that hard work on situations.
They're both on low charge according to that, so let's see what we get. A little bit better? Okay, I've got a really loud voice, so I don't need that. Just shout. Right, okay. Thanks. So, tēnā koutou katoa. Lovely to meet you all. My name is Terry Ann Berry, and I am Director of the Environmental Solutions Research Centre. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Shannon. It's a real pleasure to be here today and to talk to you a little bit about the work that's been going on, looking at on-site and off-site practices to help with waste reduction on C&D sites, essentially. So we've got a panel here that we're going to be looking to in a moment to give their own separate presentations, but I'm going to start by just giving you a bit of an overview. So we've really been looking at, we know we want to do something, but actually how can we do it? Practically, how can we do it? What can we do to make this work? So this is really, how do we get on site and get our hands dirty? And believe me, we did. So you've all heard about the 3 R's, and Anne's already introduced about how much waste there is from the C&D sector, so I won't go into that. But now we've moved on to the 6 R's. We've evolved another step. And so if you look at our 6 R's, there's a couple of interesting things about that. You all heard of the 6 R's? Yeah? Everybody aware of that? Okay, so we've got more on top. So we've now got the bit that looks at, well, how do we encourage the architects and the suppliers and the designers to actually get involved with trying to divert waste from landfill? The interesting thing about this diagram is if you look at disposal at the bottom, it's got smaller and smaller and smaller as time goes on. Eventually it's going to disappear. Give it 20 years and it won't be there. But it's not really what we see happening, is it? It's a lovely idea, but sadly, if we were to do it in proportion to what happens, it's a whole lot bigger. And so we want to find a way to change that. And that starts with being able to do something on site, being able to understand the data. We've heard a lot about data. And being able to actually make practical solutions so that people can do this in their working day. So that's what we're all about and what I'm going to talk to today. So what have we been doing at Unitec? Well, at Unitec, we have been glorified skip divers. It's not fun, it's not glamorous, and none of us have really enjoyed it. But what we have been doing is taking plastic, particularly plastic samples, out of an enormous skip, and we count, weigh, and analyse every single piece that comes out. Now, Joanne's just handing out some samples at the moment. No, you've got to hold that one, Nigel. Everyone gets a special sample because as a proper teacher can't resist getting you involved, right? Because otherwise you're just listening to me and you're getting really bored. You're not going to do that. You've got to join in. I'm not going to get you up and down singing and dancing. Don't panic. But I am going to ask some questions, and there are prizes. Did you hear that? There are prizes. Don't say we don't give you anything at Unitec. So Joanne's got some prizes. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and if you get it right, you get a prize. Okay, so we've got a lovely selection of objects that have come from a construction site. I want you to have a look. Maybe you could hold them up for us. There you go. Have a little look at what we've got. I want you to have a think and tell me, of those items, of which there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 items there. How many of those items, actually let's count that as 1, so that's 6 items. How many of those 6 items can be recycled from the construction sector? From the construction sector, that's an important point. Can be recycled in New Zealand right here, right now. How many? 6 of them there? Best guesses. Practically. Actually can be recycled. Okay.
Practically as in there's enough of it to go somewhere financially viable, or theoretically there is a solution for it, but they don't.
Oh, now, okay, so that's cheeky. That's cheeky. And you don't get a prize for that. So The fact that there is an option available, it doesn't matter about volume, there's an option available, but then how do you get it there? But let's not go down that track yet, okay? Jumping way ahead of me. So it can be, so I could basically, as a contractor, which I'm not, but if I was, I could take these items and I could say, can you please recycle that for me? It's from the construction industry. Theoretically, out of 6. Actually, it's Marley. It's the Marley pipe. Both. Both polypropylene. But remembering, when you're calling out the numbers, I did say for construction items. So you're not going to be putting that in your recycling bin, okay? Construction. All right, so out of 6. No? I'm just looking for one number, and I think someone said 2, but you can't have 2. No? No? Yep. You're nearly right, but I was looking for a number that you've given me, but you gave it with 2, and I'm not letting you have 2.
Depends on the plastic that is in there, because I've been told it's 4 and 5.
It's polypropylene. Polypropylene. They're both polypropylene. There you go, you get the prize. The reason it's 4 is that although some of these can be recycled in household recycling, we can't use that for construction sector. We have to find our own route. And so the ones that we can't recycle, at the moment, these ones here, there is actually a route. There's a route if you cut the ends off. We do have a route, but it's so damned complicated and difficult that we've kind of given up on it. So we're going to try and come back to that one, but at the moment, too hard. And the other one that's a nightmare is Annie's. That's PET, Dan band or strap-in. Total nightmare. So, yes, we can. Polypropylene can be recycled, but not those. So they're the ones that we can't do at the moment, but we haven't given up yet. We're working on that. Okay, another question. When we went on site and we audited all the plastic, in terms of mass, which plastic type do you think we found most of? Yeah, we can give you that. Who said it first? You say, all right, but you can give it to that. Okay, so you get a very, very special T-shirt. See, these are big prizes, guys. Well done. Cool, there we go. All right. So our first experiments looked at going into skips and skip diving. They weren't much fun. But we went on from there and we realised that actually no one's going to want to do that. We didn't want to do it, and we've done it over and over and over again. We found dead birds in bags and all sorts of hideous, horrible stuff. So we decided that obviously the on-site separation's got to be the way forward. However, with the on-site separation, it means that you've got to have a system. It's got to be clear. People have got to want to do it. There's got to be a willingness. There's got to be a capability. And all of those sorts of things we started to address. So our little team, and bear in mind there's only 6 of us, been auditing across 6 sites. We're looking at residential and commercial. And as I said before, we're looking at every single type of plastic. And we go and analyse it using FTIR, and we have a look at the plastic type. And then we think about what's it been used for. Can we refuse it? Can we talk to suppliers and get rid of it? Do we need it? And I agree with Michaela. I actually think there is a place for plastic. It's got some great uses. But it's a problem when we don't use it properly and we don't use it in a resourceful way. So we were looking at, can we divert what we don't need? Can we stop it when it comes through from suppliers? But if it's there on site and it's already produced, how do we manage it to get the best out of it? Ideally reusing it, but if not, maybe recycling it. So we started looking at training and at education. That was really important to what we were doing. And over the last few years, we've been working with Annie and Nigel on their sites and coming up with some really cool solutions for how we can get this to work on a practical level. So one of the things we've been doing is creating an identification for plastics. It's a catalogue, and the catalogue's got every single plastic we've ever found on a construction site. We've got a way of identifying it so you know what it is, you know what type it is, and then the next step is to give you some solutions. So where can you take it? Who can you give it to? What happens to it? Again, as you've just pointed out, it's only part of the story, but we're hoping that we can provide this to everyone so that everyone can use it. I'm just going to say a quick word about hazardous waste, and that is that we've heard a lot about demolition, and we've heard a lot about waste and recycling, and although, of course, that's what we do, and we're fully behind it, there is still hazardous waste available. There are still houses and buildings with asbestos, and we represent a very small group who are the Mesothelioma Support and Asbestos Awareness Trust. Say that after a beer. And the MSAA are very, very keen on trying to avoid asbestos exposure. So please, when you're looking at recycling things, especially things like concrete, especially building materials that come from a demolition area, please, please think before you do it, and don't just shove it in the crusher and walk away without making sure that you are protected and it's been checked. And don't trust the person that says, honestly, it's got no asbestos in it. Check it first. It's a big problem. We want to support these people. The t-shirt that we've just given out, if you feel like holding it up for us, is one of our very own MSAA t-shirts. We have them for sale at $30 each. All proceeds go to raising awareness and supporting those with mesothelioma in our community. Thank you very much. That's an aside. Other things that we'd like to do, we'd like to produce some of these sort of, we've called it a decision tree, and essentially what it says is, you've got a plastic waste, you don't know what it is, you can look at the plastic catalogue and that might tell you, and then according to the waste, you can look at the different solutions available in your area. We are incredibly Auckland-centric, because that's where we're based, but we don't want to be. We want to be nationwide. We want to be about all over New Zealand. Bear with us. Can't do everything that quickly, but we will get there. So at the moment, we've got our little Auckland-centric idea that looks at the places that will take plastics from construction and demolition. And for some of those areas, there are conditions on those. So those conditions are down in the black panel there, so that you know how that particular provider would like to receive that particular plastic type. So again, a work in progress, but we hope that we will make that free and available to everybody who wants it. Okay. I'm coming to the end of my presentation now, but I just wanted to point out one thing, and that is that we've come a long way on site, and we actually have a great rapport with most of the guys. Most of the labourers quite like us because we bring beers and ice creams and stuff, but aside from that, we've actually quite enjoyed it. It's been quite good fun, apart from the messy, nasty bits, and we think that we get in there. We've got some great options with signage. Annie's doing amazing jobs where she is, as has Nigel with his team, but there's still a missing link. And we've been sitting down thinking about what's the real missing link at the moment, and it comes around transportation. And that is that even if we find a good solution and you can get it there in the right condition and it's been separated from all the other junk, if you're driving it there and you're driving it a really long way, are we really winning anything? And the answer is not really. Now, the good news is we've got a part solution. And for those of you who can make it to our plastics session, which is going to be after lunch, Dwayne here from Marley is going to talk a little bit about some of the solutions that we might be able to help with in the transportation area. And aside from that, the other thing we're trying to do at ESRC is connect up businesses and different groups so that, yeah, all right, maybe you can't get your PET waste to the place you need to for recycling. But what if you club together with somebody else who can? And then you take their PET and they take your polystyrene and vice versa. It can be done. And Annie's a good example of somebody who's doing that, who's collecting waste and allowing others to collect small amounts of certain waste types. So she'll talk to that in a moment. So that's pretty much the end from us. Our future work is going to continue to look at best practice methodology. Again, everything we do, we will make it publicly available. We don't need to keep it in our little academic silo. That's okay. We're happy to share, okay? We'll make sure that it's in plain English as well, I promise. So the idea is moving forward, we'll have this accessible information. Some of it will be on websites, some of it will be on apps. We're talking to labourers right now. We're sending out questionnaires and saying, how do you want to receive it? How does it help you most? And we want this to be, as I said, something that's there for everybody. And we will continue working with our contractors. Thank you so much to all of you who've reached out and asked for our help. We love that. We love being on site and we love being able to solve problems. And this will be our aim, working towards a zero waste building site, which is from Nigel's site. So thank you very much, and I'm now going to move on to our first speaker from our panel, and that will be Annie. Annie is an environmental manager at Naylor Love and has been doing amazing things and amazing passion, and goodness, where would we be without her? Thank you so much, Annie. It's all yours. Oh, sorry. Works for Events and Residential and is also Vice President of Masterclass Auckland. Not Annie, all over to you. Yeah, just pick that one.
Jesus, no one told me I had to click as well. I don't know if I can do two things at the same time. One thing about Terry Ann is once you meet her, you can't unmeet her, unfortunately. It's sort of one of those things, they don't bloody go away, do they, really? But look, how we got onto it was I'd read an article on the Building Today magazine, which is a Master Build publication about, from Mark Roberts actually, and stuff that he was doing. And I think you realise after a while, you just can't continue doing what we've been doing. So I rang Mark, we had caught up, had a coffee, and he introduced me to the people like Terry Ann and Junk Run, and took me around through a lot of different places, I guess, where a lot of you guys work, a lot of recyclers that we never ever knew existed. And that's what's happening in our sector, I think. We don't know, we know where the stuff is, but we've got no idea where to take it or how to start. So we started this process of doing a study on site, and it's been really, really interesting, actually. And Terry and Joanne and Ermin have been great with what they have done. There's great people out there, Dwayne from Marley, fantastic. Kevin, you're doing great stuff. Jib. So these are the things we want to do. So we set up with Dave and the team at Junk Run an on-site sewage system, how we were going to manage our work on site, and that worked really well. So they would come in and pick up all our hard rubbish, basically our plastic we were taking to Terry Ann, and they were sorting it and doing the study on that. And it's been fantastic, but I guess the things that you come to is, what do you do with everything if we haven't got Terry Ann? If we haven't got you, which we're not going to have, a lot of builders on site have got no idea where to take the stuff to. So they're the things we need to do. And I guess it's the waste you're generating. At the end of the job, we've come across all our packaging, the packaging and everything else we've had. It's I guess, your plumbing fittings, and those sort of things. It's just such a massive waste supply. So it's been really interesting in that case, and figuring out what the hell we're going to do with it. So now with this study, the results, what we want to do is start taking it to the master builders. We want to get it out to all our members, to the general construction sector, I suppose, and figure out how the hell we can tame this beast. And it's really interesting. We spoke at Constructive earlier with Mark and Terry Ann, which is the Master Build conference, and it went really well. And I think there's so many people that want to get on board, but it's the same thing. Where do we start? Smaller sectors, where do we go? If you're down in, say, Taranaki or Palmerston North, what do you do with your stuff? So we're looking at things like, okay, if it's a supplier, you can go to either Carters, maybe Placemakers, these sort of places. We can have bins on site. You can drop it there as suppliers, or as their people are dropping stuff to their yards. They can then backload to the bigger centres where the recycle points are. So they're all the things we need to work with. Once I finish this development, I'm going to be sort of chasing all these manufacturers and people out there who aren't doing a hell of a lot. We had a meeting with James Hardy yesterday, which was really, really interesting and a great outcome. They're very keen to get involved. They're looking at things already. So that's a huge outcome for all of us, I think. They were bringing up the same things. We were saying, how do we get the product from other areas back to where these recycle points are? We're sort of saying, well, okay, we pay a pallet fee at the moment when it comes on site. You get a refund when you send the pallets back. So could we then stack all our offcuts onto these pallets, and then when it's sent back to the supplier, then they've got it, so it's no different. They've still got to pick up the pallet anyway. If it's got the waste on it, well, then it's going to the right places. It can then be recycled. I guess the other thing that's interesting is, it's the cost involved. We all say, oh, it's not much more, but it is really, to be fair. Once you go through and you add it all up, it's still quite a bit more than what you would if you threw it in a bin and you took it to the tip. So they are the issues we've got to start working on more. How do we make it cheaper? I guess volume does. More as we get more volume, obviously going to reduce the cost more and all that sort of thing. So they're all the things we really, really want to start working on more. And if you've got ideas or you need help or anything else, we're all here to help you guys as well, as I'm sure you are. So another thing, I guess, is a directory of people who do recycling or people in the industry, what we're doing. I'd love to see, I think Mark's working on a website which is really good, but it would be good if we're on site to actually have an app with everything on it. So, you tap into your app, you've got something left over, you're doing a renovation, you're pulling out really good plumbing fittings, vanities, kitchens, these sort of things. What do you do with them? So, if you knew there was places to take these things, this tipping point and other places, well, that's what we need. You click on site, you go there. So they're all the things I want to see start added to it. So, yeah, that's my personal thing, is after I get this development finished, then I'm chasing manufacturers and everyone else in the industry and how we can improve this and make it a better world for all of us. So I think that's probably what we found out. And yeah, it's been great. It's been a great ride, and look forward to working with you again soon.
Thank you, Nigel. And we will have a pause at the end for any questions if you have questions for any of the speakers. So now for Annie, eventually we got there. Annie Day comes from Naylor Love. She is an environmental manager, and as I said before, she's an absolute passion behind a lot of the stuff that we've done. We couldn't have done without Annie. She really is a driving force. So thank you very much, and welcome. One of them.
Okay. All right. That one. Well, morning, everybody. I'm Annie from Naylor Love. I'm going to present to you today on Naylor Love's journey around waste management. I want you to think back to what we did with waste management 10 years ago. Does it look like that? Or can you remember what we did with waste management 5 years ago? Does it look like that? Yeah, okay, you get the picture. Hopefully we're moving on from that, because we know that's not right. Next one. So our waste management journey is started because there's been crazy chatter about destroying the earth. Our staff want to make a difference. Our clients setting contractual targets, new remanufacturer businesses, Green Star compliance projects, and waste levy costs escalating, becoming a better corporate citizen. I've just gone back. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, thanks. So where do we start? Sorry. Where do we start with our journey? Building up our waste partnerships. What are we looking for? Waste removal companies, community entities who will take our waste, and remanufacturers. It's taken a good 3 years working on our waste partnerships list. We've gone through trial and trial again to separate waste streams. We have engaged with our staff and built up processes and rolled out regionally and nationally. However, how did I make contact? Through word of mouth, internet search, partnering with governance, retail, manufacturing, and academic entities. What's taken off? Plastics and steel sorting. And what's a bit hit and miss? Insulation. And what's missing from our industry? I'll throw this question out to all you guys. So 1,227 tonnes of waste came off our sites in Auckland for the year 21-22. 75% was diverted from landfill using our waste partners. We have been proactively collecting our waste reports for the last 3 years on every project, reporting upwards to our clients, reporting to our site teams, what do I want the trend to be? Waste tonnage coming down and diversion going up. I think that's what everybody wants. Yeah. So it started with connecting with Unitec to help them with a plastic waste study. Now the first study carried out in 2020 on lots of our sites, in between lockdowns and emptied out stolen bags, only gave us a taste of the different plastics we use in our industry. With the second plastic study at Hoanganga High School, we were able to get some real results. It's what an eye-opener. So the plastic study, the last 9 cube bin was the fullest because the whole site was cleared. There was a new roll of floor vinyl valued at $1,000 retrieved from the bin. The flooring sub was very happy to get that back. Yeah, it's unbelievable you find in bins. Most plastic of one type was the soft plastics, as Terry Ann said before. So we cleared 310 kgs from that site. And Unitec have written papers and have received more funding to continue their research. Oh, okay. I have got another few slides, which I'll just read, maybe. That's a wee bit weird. We did a innovation on timber pack covers. So we noticed that in our soft plastics that we had a lot of timber pack wraps that were coming with the timber packs. So Mega Mitre 10, Naylor Love, Unitec and Auckland Council got together and we made a timber pack cover, which is still being used today. We put the timber pack cover on the timber. When it leaves Mega Mitre 10, it stays on site, so it, the timber, then it goes back to Mega Mitre 10 to be reused. I might just finish my presentation there because it's kind of need photos as well, unfortunately. But well, that's all right, no worries.
Thank you, Annie. Okay. Thanks, Annie. Okay. I'd now like to introduce Anna Halliwell. Annie joins us from the Waiora Partnership, team for Healthy Waters and at Auckland Council. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou, ko Anna Halliwell, tuku ingoa. I'm here from Healthy Waters at Auckland Council, so a slight step sideways from some of the conversations we've been having today, but I thought it's such a useful audience to come and talk to, so I really appreciate your time. We've developed a program over the last couple of months with SiteSafe, working about how we turn some of these conversations that we've been having today in the construction industry to really practical, simple training for guys out on the field and people who are on the tools a lot more than I am. This program's been developed with Graham Jones from Proactive Compliance at Council, and Mark Roberts and Steve Rickaby from Waste Solutions, and we've got Steve here today. And just a huge thank you to Annie, who's reviewed this as one of our industry partners and has made this training a lot better. So really appreciate your time and your expertise there. So as I said, it's an environmental site safety course. It's created by SiteSafe or in partnership with SiteSafe. And what we're trying to do is change the thinking as we all are in the construction space. So with SiteSafe, they started off looking at physical health, moved through to mental health and support, and we're moving that conversation further to environmental health. So looking after ourselves, our community, and our families. So my interest is in the water space, because we're seeing sites that look a lot like this, and I'm sure this might be familiar to all of you, where there's no sediment control happening on site, where all that sediment, all that mud is going straight into our rivers and streams. And it's making our streams look a little bit like this. You don't need to be an ecologist to understand that when your stream looks like this, we've got a few problems. So what this is happening, just really quickly, when we do put things down the drain, there's very little, if any, filtration or controls that happen. So any paint, concrete, sediment, waste, polystyrene will end up straight into our rivers and our streams, which will kill basically anything living in there. So if you're like me, you like to fish or you like to eat fish, we've got a couple of problems. The work that we do in the week can massively impact what we do on the weekend. It doesn't only happen on the small sites, although it is predominantly small sites that we're looking at. We're looking at a site here where they've just cleaned the whole site, and all that sediment, all that mud is going straight out into the harbour, and this is just north of Long Bay. So it turns our rivers like this, and it makes me look like that little boy on the side there when everything's being killed through really simple practice. And the practice we're looking at for sediment control is really simple. It is looking at silt fences, silt socks. It's looking at just having a think about where we're washing things on site, where we're looking at our concrete. And as we can see here, some people do it well, some people with a lot of love, but the expertise or the skill of, making something in a chocolate teapot, it just doesn't work. So again, we've created a training program. It's online, it's 2 hours with SiteSafe, and we're trying to make it as accessible to as many people as possible. So we're using a range of tools and examples here. We've got some cartoons. And the site, sorry, I should have said this at the start, the program covers both sediment control and waste. These are the two biggest environmental pollutants that we're getting from building sites. So it's a practical course, it's very easy to understand and gives people checks along the way, allowing people on the tools to start thinking, okay, what am I seeing on my site? What are the problems? Can I identify those problems? And starts helping people think broadly about environmental problems in 4 categories. Financial, we're all interested in making sure that we keep that bottom line nice and high. And looking at how we reuse materials or keep materials protected so that we're buying once and we're not binning perfectly good product or perfectly good insulation or underlay. We're looking at that environmental damage, making sure that we reduce our impact as much as possible, and making sure that we're working on healthy and safe sites. And clean sites, tidy sites where there's not rubbish everywhere are going to make it easier for yourselves to keep your safety up on site. When we start talking about the construction side, we do start to get a little bit more into those materials and how we can either reuse those materials, recover those materials or recycle those materials and start breaking it down so that there's actually very little that goes into landfill. And we give examples of how this all works and exactly where we can take those goods. Now there should be a video here. I'm going to see if this is going to work. No? Click the title. Okay, so this is one of the examples that we've had. The video's on the course, but I thought it's worth sharing. This is up in Wairohe, up in Birkenhead, and it's an example of a really good construction and demolition project that was done a few years ago. It's going to work.
It was built in the mid-50s, 1950s. I think it was opened in the beginning of 1958. Over the recent years, there's been a lot of problems with break-ins in the building. A couple of those break-ins, fire hydrants were turned on, so the whole basement was flooded out. And as a result, the base of the steel portal frames has rusted extensively, and that's why really the building has now become structurally unsound.
Auckland Council is working to objectives under its waste management and minimisation plan. And under the plan, we have the intention to try and reduce the amount of waste that's produced by Council's operations and also its own projects. And so part of this project is to try and take really good reusable material and make them accessible to the community.
We're doing soft strip here and salvaging as much as we can. At this stage we've pulled out a few of the windows, a few doors, internal doors, and some timber here and there that we can send over to Tonga, most likely. We have been able to support communities over there and schools in rebuilding Tonga after the cyclone that happened earlier this year.
We're currently hand stripping the project, so we're removing items like the roof and the cladding to be reused or recycled. For Greenwave, we have a goal on this project to have at least 90% directed away from landfill.
There's different groups of materials in the building. That's what we call reuse, such as windows, roofing. There's a good weatherboard, there can be seating. Such materials that go to reuse, so they're either given to community groups that can make use of them for free, which give the great benefits for them, or they go to a wholesaler. Historically, it had been cheap to drive all your materials to landfill, since we're getting the gate fees, and it starts being more economical viable to deconstruct a building, and people start seeing it as a value instead of a necessary evil. So people start putting value on doing the right thing for the environment as well as the right thing for the wallet.
There's a whole master plan for this whole park, which has just recently been reviewed and refreshed. So it's sad to see a nice building, an iconic building going, but at the end of the day, a lot of it's been reused and not ending up just in a tip.
Cool, so I hope, yep, this is still on. I hope that gives a bit of a flavour of the kind of projects and the way that we are pitching this to people, of examples of where this is done right and how this can be done right. We just wanted to let you know as well that we're changing some of the requirements for Auckland Council's 3910 construction contracts. So very simply, we're saying that from July this year, so a few months ago, we're requiring waste management plans to be created as part of the tendering process or part of the contract award process. We do have templates available for this if this is new to you or your organisation, and we are able to support people. We know this is relatively new for a lot of people, so we're trying to create support and raise that level of knowledge and understanding. We're also saying that on those contracts we have named suppliers, and those suppliers will be required to undertake the site safe training as of the new year, which hopefully then encourages them to bring that training through to their staff and their people on site, but at least means that we've got people on those sites who are delivering those projects who have that base level of understanding around both waste and sediment control. So what are the benefits of doing better practice? I'm sure we have spoken a lot about this today. Council's a regulatory agency. We do have the ability to issue fines for poor practice, and no one wants that. We want to help you to reduce your landfill costs. Landfill costs, as we all know, are going up, so the more we can divert, the less you're funding there. There's a huge chance to earn revenue through waste if it's done correctly. We're avoiding those unnecessary cleanups, we're avoiding rework. We're supporting communities here and abroad, as we saw earlier, shipping things over to Tonga after the cyclone. And I'm working with a community group at the moment who are thrilled that they've got a brand new kitchen and insulation that they couldn't have afforded for a new building they're doing in the restoration space, allowing them to focus on what they do best and not raising money for construction. It also improves their environment for ourselves and our children. I think one of the benefits as well is we're working within a constrained labour market at the moment. There's a lot of people, there's not a lot of people who are looking for new jobs. There's a really tight labour market. So this training becomes a way very cheaply and very easily to upskill your staff, to add benefit, and to get your staff to imbibe some of the messages that we've been having today. So again, just to close, it's an environmental site management course available via SiteSafe. It's all online, it's 2 to 3 hours long, cost $40 a person, so hopefully not prohibitive. We're also offering a small bribe if you are interested in doing the course or you're interested in your teams doing the course. We're happy to come out, provide a bit of kai, have a bit of a chat with people about the main messages and the main information in this course before getting them to undertake the online training. Cool, thank you so much.
Thanks, Anna. That was really interesting. I'd now like to introduce Alan McKinney. He is a project director at Precinct Properties for the Wynyard Quarter Innovation Precinct.
Hello, everyone. I could hear my own stomach rumbling there, so I'll be as quick as possible, okay? I'm the project director for the Wynyard Quarter project for Precinct, and just as a brief overview, We started that project about 7 or 8 years ago. It was in partnership with then Waterfront Auckland, now Iki Panuku. And they set us some very, very stringent sustainability and performance goals. At the time, it felt relatively new. I think there's some images earlier of skips full of rubbish. I think that's really where we started this process. So we were obliged to get at least 5 green stars, and in some cases 6 green star for the building design and construction. And what that meant, amongst a vast array of things we have to do for Green Star, and at the time, it felt impossible, was that we really had to look at where our landfill was going and what we had to do. And I think there's been some percentages talked about today, 70%, 90% of demolition waste to reuse, recycle. Just very quickly, so we now adopt that across the whole business. So this image here is the former downtown shopping centre, which I work in the white building on the right, and watching that being demolished was one of the best things I've ever watched. Just big diggers breaking stuff, you know. But we worked very closely with wards and waste management, and we had a sort of stringent system to break up matters and allocate them to the right place and get as little as we could to landfill. And as I say, we hit that 90% target on the demolition of downtown shopping centre. Most of it was made out of asbestos. We found types of asbestos we'd never come across before. Asbestos rope. I can't tell you, it was everywhere. But it was, as we all know, people of a certain age, we grew up with it. It is actually an amazing product. It is the best fire retardant product around. It just kills you. And that's the shame, and we're still trying to find better products. But it was a real lesson for us. The result has been, we think it's pretty spectacular. If you're following NZX, we've just been picked as the preferred developer for the downtown car park. So we're going to try and do something bigger than that. And it's quite exciting. I'm a bit worried. So this is only just, you don't need to read it, but this is what we provide to Green Star for our demolition breakdown. And it's every type of material, the weight, etc. And it's a really good system we've put in place. And we've had this with Fletcher's on Con Bay, and I use it with Hawkins on Wynyard Quarter. And I think it's good practice. And you start to, you develop momentum as you go through these things. Wynyard Stage 3, it's the last stage that I'll be doing in Wynyard in the Innovation Precinct. It's our biggest building. It's our 3rd, 4th and 5th buildings with Hawkins, and the team I've got with Hawkins are the guys we started with. The design team are the guys we started with, roughly. So we're a pretty good operation, and we're hoping we can knock the performance figures out of the park here. To date, what I find, and this sounds, the second point there, stage 1, 100 tonnes of timber recycled. This came back from the Green Star results that we got through on stage 1. And I think somebody was quite proud that we'd recycled 100 tonnes of timber. I was appalled. How did we waste 100 tonnes? You know, and I was deeply bothered by it. So as a result of that pain, and how we can misconstrue results, and some of us are happy and some of us are deeply unhappy at the same result, we've now looked at it in our final stage, and what we're doing is the BIM modelling. We have a very complex BIM model that everybody has to dial into. And whilst it doesn't rule out mistakes on site, it does reduce that. And it allows us, in this instance, we've got a lot of timber framing in one of the buildings called Pakenham Street, which is going to be a brick facade. Huge amount of timber framing, and what we're looking to do is effectively pre-nail those, is prefab those. So it's the prefabbing which is getting me a bit more excited. in the fact that it is done off-site, there will be less waste, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the figures. I then went to D&H Steel, looking at steel. I used to work in a steelworks, and we would fill a skip with rubbish every day. This was in the late 80s. Now you go to D&H and they can wheel their offcuts out in a wheelie bin. It's the computer models each cut based on the 18-meter length of steel, and it's just done beautifully. So the supply chain is starting to work. The story about APL, I went to see White's Aluminium recently, and they gave me the backstory about APL. That just gave me so much heart that the supply chain is engaging, and we can, I'm now looking at where I'm getting my steel from. The steel for this building's coming from Indonesia. I have no idea how that was made. I want to know how it's made. I want to know what sort of furnace that went into. I want to know how it was powered. Mittal are starting to look at a low-carbon steel. There's a low-carbon glass in France somewhere. We can start to, I think as a developer and a building owner, I have to start looking at the first point of contact. And if we can start bringing that through, then we can start really reducing the waste that comes through. My sustainability guru texted me this morning and said, tell them that, waste on site is wasting you money. And he was right, and it's pretty harsh, but ultimately, if there's offcuts, I've paid for them, and the biggest thing that we're trying to do is make our buildings more efficient and less of an impact on society. And if we can reuse the building, we will. 1 Queen Street, it'll be our lowest carbon building, even lower carbon than the timber building I'm building, which is amazing. But if we can reduce waste, we reduce cost, and I can then spend some more money on better toys in the building and make it work better for the people in there. I think that's me. Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Our last speaker today is going to be looking at off-site solutions. We've looked at on-site, and Alan was a nice segue into the off-site. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us today, so Scott Fisher, who is CEO of Offsite NZ, is going to be talking through the wonderful medium of video.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Scott Fisher from...
Sorry,
it's great to be with you virtually today. We are, just a quick overview, we are an industry body representing the off-site sector within construction, represent anyone that's interested in the off-site conversation, builders, developers, policymakers, designers, architects, engineers, and everyone in between. So just a quick kind of background, if you like, a bit of a snapshot of where the industry is currently at, and then we'll kind of jump in and have a conversation about our kind of waste and carbon, which we're keenly interested in as well. So look, offsite is simply building buildings or parts of buildings away from a building site and delivering those to the building site for final assembly and completion. We often talk about, well, why? And look, and I think it's a well-versed conversation around the why. It's about lowering the building costs. It's about faster development, that you can build parts of buildings and do site works in parallel. It's safer. It's better for the labour force. You can build those parts of the buildings at ground level. So there's greater time certainty, completion certainty, less disruption in the neighbourhood, less trucks moving around, less labour force moving around building sites, and the topic for today is around waste, and so less waste. And look, this is some information from Full Stack out of the US, so up to 2/3 less waste building off site. And kind of the next couple of slides is about reinforcing the why and driving the conversation forward. So this is a bit of research out of Cambridge University in the UK from this year. Modular construction, so building things away from a building site in a factory environment, emits 45% less carbon than traditional methods. Auckland Council's done a little bit of work that says the average new build produces a massive amount of waste, and has even monetised that, so just over $30,000 worth of waste. And because these are new builds, that means that that waste is new building material, not demolitions. And this is a finding from some research that was done quite some time ago that says, and this reinforces more recent research, that 13% of materials delivered to a building site ends up in the skip bin. Now that is new material, that's not demolition. And if these last 3 or 4 statistics that I've thrown up doesn't grab everybody's attention and doesn't change the conversation within the construction industry, I'm not too sure what will. So that material simply thrown into the skip bin, so delivered to a building site and then put into that skip bin. That's around poor storage and protection, multiple handling. Every time you handle product, you are damaging it. You potentially then put it in the skip bin. A lot of leftovers, inefficient use of that material, not being returned or reused, just not recycled but reused or used properly again. Bad stock control, damage during deliveries. We see trucks craning in materials onto building sites, competing with other trades on a building site, and also kind of shrinkage in many other industries. It's called shrinkage. It's theft and or vandalism by building materials left on site. So kind of say, what are the answers? And so from our perspective, from the offsite industry, I think one of the answers is don't deliver building materials to a building site. You've got to deliver something, and when I talk about building materials, we talk about materials that are probably not well suited to deliver to these sort of environments, to environments open to the elements, that are not secure, that need to be moved multiple times. So kind of a provocative statement saying that don't deliver materials to a building site, but what do you deliver? And I think this is part of the conversation that we need to have with the industry, the construction industry. So in the off-site sector is well placed to design out waste, and no doubt today you're hearing kind of 2 key topics, which is designing out waste. Let's not create it in the first place, and if we do have waste, how do we manage that? And the off-site sector is well placed for designing out waste. We call that design for manufacture and assembly, because if you are delivering higher value components to a building site, they need to be manufactured in such a way that is well placed to design it out of that the whole design process. And then we'll talk about the management of materials both on-site and off-site as well. So when I say don't deliver materials to a building site, I don't mean that literally. You've got to deliver something, but we want to change the conversation so that whatever we're delivering to a building site has a really high value. And that's around components, kit parts, larger pieces of buildings that are manufactured in a more controlled environment, which kind of comes into the waste and the carbon conversation. And increasingly in the off-site space, there's this term called pre-manufactured value, which, and I think the next slide kind of sums that up really well. So everything has a pre-manufactured value, and if we think about something in a very basic form has a really low pre-manufactured value. So a brick by itself, a piece of timber by itself that needs quite a bit of on-site labour applied to it before it is, has use, has low pre-manufactured value. A frame has a moderate amount of pre-manufactured value. So 40 years ago we used to deliver 4x2 to a building site and build those frames. 40 years ago the frame and truss industry said, well, we can build that in an off-site environment, we can control the quality, we can control the waste, we can work through all weather, and so that frame has a more moderate pre-manufactured value. And part of the conversation that we're trying to have with the broader construction industry is to make sure that that frame moves up the value chain. So if that is developed into a panelised system that has a lining and a cladding and some insulation, could even have electrical, could have some plumbing in there, could actually have the doors and the windows. That's a massive advancement, and that pre-manufactured value goes along. And again with modular, so if those panels are put together within a factory environment and then that modular system is delivered on site, again that's moving up the value chain of pre-manufactured value, which is a really important step for the construction industry. So the benefits of moving kind of off-site means that the construction industry can embrace those manufacturing disciplines that are really well established in the manufacturing world. And at the end of the day, a building is just something that is made, just as an aeroplane, a car, anything else. And we can learn a great deal from the manufacturing industry. So if we go back to the reasons why we waste so much material within the construction industry, the flip side of those reasons are the reason that we should be embracing off-site processes and manufacturing disciplines a lot more within construction. So in a factory environment, we can store those materials much better. We can receive them in a factory environment. It's safe, it's clean, it's controlled. Those materials can come in and be stored correctly. So that's site control. A building site is not a great place to receive materials. There's less handling. So in a factory environment, you can bring them in, put them in exactly the right location with the right labour force to handle those materials. There's a better ordering system in a factory environment. Offcuts can be managed in a much better way in an off-site. And in New Zealand, there's some great examples of off-site manufacturers that simply take those offcuts of 4x2 jib, wall linings and insulation, and at the workstation they are stored and put to one side, so when that next component, that next wall comes through, then those 4x2s can be used quite quickly and quite easily. That insulation, that offcut of insulation could be placed into another piece of wall, and equally that offcut of wall lining could easily go above a door frame, above a window. Whereas in a traditional building site, all of those materials that typically get in the way of the workforce trying to work gets dumped. They get put in the skip bin, they get stood on, they get moved multiple times and damaged and can't be reused in the next piece of the building work. Or you need to then move those offcuts to the next room or the next level of that building, which doesn't work in traditional. Also in the off-site sector, there's, by default, the off-site industry understands what we call lean thinking, and lean is not new because the automotive industry has been using lean methodology for over 90 years. That's why we get safe, reliable, affordable cars. How lean is traditional construction? It's not lean at all. Actually, it's massively wasteful. By default, the off-site construction industry is lean, but they are lean because they moved away from a building site into that controlled environment. And so lean basically in the manufacturing sense talks about 8 wastes of lean, so it's around defects and rework, it's around weighting, transportation, the inefficient movement of materials and labour force. So that's manufacturing, and I'm not saying that we should just pick up the manufacturing industries or the automotive industries lean thinking that they've developed over 90 years. We need to start a conversation about a construction lean, and it's about taking it back to at least the basic 4 wastes of lean, which is around defects, rework, waste material. It's around weighting and the cost that drives into the industry. It's about transportation. Again, we are moving unnecessarily copious amounts of time between building materials going to a building site, so that unnecessary movement of people within a building site. So setting up workstations, climbing ladders, which all it's all part of the carbon conversation. And so hopefully that gives you a good oversight about how the off-site sector can really play its part in the conversation around waste. If we improve the way that the whole construction industry works and for the traditional industry to pull through those off-site solutions, panelized solutions, kitted parts that drive that pre-manufactured value conversation, then by default we will find that we will be having far less waste to manage, because it will be designed out, and secondly, what waste there is, it's actually not recycled. It's actually about being reused within the building process, and making sure that actually what does go to landfill or even into a recycling solution is absolutely minimal. So again, thank you for your time. Sorry that I can't be there today to kind of extend this conversation, but look, here's my contact email and my phone number. Please reach out. It's all about driving that better conversation, connecting all the dots around how the off-site sector can play its part within the broader construction industry.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I imagine everybody is desperate to get to lunch. But before we do, are there any questions for any of our lovely panel? Like, everyone's far too hungry. They're like, oh no, there was one at the back, go for it. I'm going to bring the microphone up because I can't. That's the problem when you get to 50, it all starts to fall off. That's all right. Do you want to, who are you directing this to?
I guess both yourself and Annie, because you've been working together on, well, the study and putting together kind of like a list of resources and how we can get it recycled, and you spoke about making this available. So I suppose, is there a mailing list or anything that any contractors can sign up for where information will be shared at some point?
That's a really good question. I'm now going to go down and answer it as I go down. And Annie, you can talk to this too. From the ESRC perspective, we're not there at the moment, but when we are there, we are going to either have an app and or a website, and we will make sure that becomes shared with everybody. There's no need to sign up to anything. It will just be there and it will just be publicly available. We've still got a bit more work to do on our data analysis. We've still got another 3 sites to audit before we're there, and we're still, as I said before, trying to make it not Auckland-centric and make it nationwide so that it benefits everybody. But as soon as it's ready, we will make sure that it's shared and it's out there. How we're going to share it, that's still something that we're trying to come to grips with. I mean, the local government knows that we're doing this, so we might be able to do it through those areas. We can also go through things like master builders, because we've got the link with Nigel here. But we will get the message out there. At the moment, there's nothing to sign up to, unless Annie knows differently. Annie? Do you know differently? No, you don't know differently. She doesn't know differently. So, there you go. That's right. You never know. There's another question.
Look, the builders were great, the young guys, they were keen to learn, and they've taken this forward. You know, I think it's one of those things that once you start, you don't go back. Yeah, electrician probably, you know, swept up probably for the first time ever, and you know, you go to get the plastic bin, and here's all the sweepings in the plastic bin. So, look, put it this way, you only did it once, and it's about site education, isn't it? Once they learned, they all took it on board. Everyone was great. You know, we've got the landscapers there at the moment, and they're really keen on it. You know, they're going through and making a great job of it. So it's yeah, once they got it out of there, yeah. No, look, it was site education. Once you know, and you know, your management plan in place. I think it's probably your older guys, you know, your different trades, bricklaying, plastering, some of those guys find it a bit harder. Jib stoppers had a bit of trouble there, but you know, that's the same thing. It's just training these guys up, and once they know, they're fine. Yep.
be more sort of static and links to things like events like this, like sort of top of mind, things like that, and then moving down into news and information, like links through to the Sustainable Business Circular Directory, which Annie's going to have a chat about. Annie, yep, different Annie. So here you can just jump on, cruise through, have a look. We will be introducing sort of more searchable terms, so it'll be become more and more specific as more tags are added to each of the items. You know how it works. But yeah, here's a quick look. You don't need to sign up for it, but obviously the idea is if we can start building a database with profiles, then we can send you specific updates, etc. So yeah, feel free to email. It's all on the about, how you get in touch with us if you've got anything, because otherwise it's me locked in a office for hours looking on websites for things. So the news page, that's just a collection of all news in one area. Events, we're again just starting to build this out. So this is for not just events like this, but for any webinars or training that anyone's doing that's open to the public. If you could send it through, otherwise I'm just working on a front-end loader. So if you create a profile, then you'll have access to be able to load up your own events and your own stories. So that's kind of the community that we're trying to build here. Same with industry links. This is kind of a starting point of basic ones, mainly construction, but moving through to more the sustainability side. So just trying to make it easy for everyone to find everything. We've got a wee summary on waste types. I won't go through it all because it's, it is what it is. But looking at recycling centres, recycling signage, that type of thing. So we're really focusing not just on you guys who are all quite experienced in waste minimisation and construction, but people who are sort of new to the game. So we've also got to start your journey, which we're creating guides and step-by-step sort of walk-through to help support them in their journey, and also provide toolkits that they can pass on to their team members to help sort of grow that momentum that we're all hoping for. Also looking at design out waste. So what you see up here is all subject to change and modification depending on what feedback I get from the likes of you. So yeah, it's all fairly straightforward, but I'm working with Mark Roberts and James essentially, but anyone's welcome to jump on board and give me their input. Anything's welcome. So that's it for me, a quick one. Any quick questions while you're here? Otherwise, here are the contact details. Just info at Building Out Waste. It's nice and simple. Cool. Thank you.
Excellent. We certainly need those tools, and do jump on board and bring it to life, because it's horrible when you build something and nobody comes. We've done that a few times, so get in there and make it happen. Okay, what I'm going to do now is going to just bring up Annie Day again from Naylor Love, because she didn't quite get to finish her presentation. She had some extra slides that she wanted to share with us. I think it's important we do that. So I'm just going to click those up. Pass you that.
Thank you. Yep, thanks. Okay. Thanks, guys. I won't start at the beginning again. Oh, do you want me to? I think, hang on, to see where we got up to. Building out waste partnerships, we did that. And then we did the statistics, waste study. We'll start here. So waste innovations, the plastic study. So it started with connecting with Unitec to help them with our plastic waste study. Now the first study carried out in 2020 on lots of our sites in between lockdowns and emptied out stolen bags gave us a taste of different plastics we use in our industry. With the second plastic study at Auckland High School, we were able to get some real results, and it was an eye-opener. The last 9 cube bin was the fullest because the whole site was cleared. There was a new roll of vinyl valued at $1,000 retrieved from the bin. The flooring sub was very happy to get this back. most plastic of one type was soft plastics, which is 310 kgs, was collected during the construction period, and Unitec have written papers and have received more funding to continue their research. Oh, I just went the wrong way, didn't I? So our findings of the plastic solutions. Okay, so in collaboration between all parties involved led us to design, manufacture and use the timber pack covers. This cut out the plastic wrap being delivered on site. This also led Mega Mitre 10 to develop their ordering system. It's a tick box if you want your timber packs covered. So their requests are that 95% of their clients don't. So another solution that we've got is with the PVC pipe. So we still have some work here to fine-tune our on-site processes, the cleaning of the material. Having a workforce of people that aren't your direct reports isn't easy to influence to work on better waste practices. But then you get a dream team, so it's Plumco, the subcontractor, they absolutely get what we are trying to achieve. They take ownership of the bag and collect the pipe themselves. Going through the trial period and seeing if this will work is great. Adopting this new practice on most of our sites and being overwhelmed with the volume collected is amazing. Taking our learnt processes and partnerships to Christchurch and Dunedin is an awesome nationwide effort by all companies involved. And I believe the first truckload in Christchurch has been collected. So this is SaveBoard. So we had SaveBoard, I had SaveBoard on our radar for a long time. So even before they landed the equipment and they started assembling it, so they're in Hamilton. We worked through the collection bag. First we trialled a clear plastic bag. It was too small and easily ripped. We worked with Green Gorilla on how to collect the plastic and using them as our logistics partner. Now we have 1 cube bags on site. Also spreading the word to all our construction companies in Auckland. Now we have one site collecting so much soft plastics, we need 6 bags at a time there, and I can't keep up with how well they are separating the soft plastics. So that's because we got organised. So this has made a difference. Signage and well set out waste areas. Now, our super labourer Mark took it upon himself to sort the waste into the creek bins, no training required. So I'm aware that this setup reflects probably only 30% of our sites as far as selected area to sort, how big our sites are. So we need to somehow find an easier way for the one bin projects as well. And also a tidy site is a safe site. And then the training side of it. So we don't know what we don't know. We are promoting this training session with Naylor Love. Auckland Council have put together a training session on the 3 environmental incidences that they find: waste management, sediment control and erosion control. And look it up on the Site Safe website. That's what Anna said before. It's making a difference and it is creating awareness within our guys. Lastly, this is my shopping list for the next couple of years, okay? So let's move forward together and learn from each other and share our experiences. Use #WasteShakedown to share our info, and please come and see me if you can help me. If you want to read my list there. Yeah. No, thanks very much.
Brilliant, thank you so much. awesome to get the full picture. Now, I'm going to press the button. Let's go back to here. We are there. Yes. If you'd like, yes. Do that while I'm pressing the buttons.
Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to do a quick plug for our Circular Economy Directory. In the last session, Nigel actually mentioned that he wished there was one place to find all circular solutions. And I actually have very good news. We've built this platform. It's called the Circular Economy Directory. It's on SBN's website. It has a whole bunch of categories that you can search to find what you're looking for, from redesigning your offering, to finding secondhand products or selling secondhand products, through to recycling. So I've got this piece of material, who can recycle it? And we've got over 300 solutions on there, and it's growing by the week. So if you have something that you're looking for, you don't know where to start, Google's not that helpful sometimes when you're searching for something really specific. We'd love for you to use the Circular Economy Directory. And also, if you've got a B2B offering with a circular aspect, we'd love for you to list on the directory. So it's free until the end of March. So it's a really good opportunity to jump on to see what sort of value it can add for your business and join the community, because we've got all sorts of networking events, news that comes through, updates, that sort of thing, to keep you in the loop with the circular economy and what's going on. And we really want to make it work for construction too. So we'd love for you guys to join us. The second thing is, if you browse the directory and you can't find what you're looking for, then you have the opportunity to use our newly launched Challenge Hub. This is in collaboration with Waste Management. And basically what this is if there's a solution that doesn't yet exist, maybe you need some collaboration to make it work, or if you've just got a question, you can fill out a form and basically let us know what that challenge is, and we'll put it to sort of the brains of New Zealand, as well as our joint brains with Waste Management and SBN, and we'll try and find a solution for you. And it's just a really cool way of sort of putting a challenge out there and saying, come on New Zealand, let's try and solve this. And then the aim is that we have a back catalogue of all sorts of challenges, from can I recycle this product, to I need to increase the recycling content in this product, or I need help doing that, so can you put me in touch with people? There's all sorts of things that you could ask us and we'll be able to help with, and yeah, the idea is that we'll just have a good list of how to solve these challenges at the end of it. So really encourage you to use the Challenge Hub as well. Yeah, thanks guys.
Yeah, same drill. It's great if people turn up, because then it all comes to life. It all starts to work then. But all the infrastructure's in, and as I say, we've got 300 plus solutions already rolling on there, so it is already at work. Great, so now we're going to roll into some quick presentations on various solutions that are out there for you right now. So let's bring up Ruth Boyers from Junk Run, Trina Gothorpe from Helensville Zero Waste, Alex and Dylan from Level Deconstruction, and Regan Burke from Civil Share. I'll probably just bring you all up at once, because they're going to be so quick. How many chairs have we got? Actually, maybe if those, so we'll have Ruth jump one first, and if the rest maybe sit there and up there, find just so you're within range.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Some slides. Could I work this? Oh yeah. Cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think if you asked me this morning what are you going to be doing today, I wouldn't have put on the top of my list that I was going to be talking to people about end of life. But we always, not that end of life. We're here talking about construction and demolition materials and then end of those lives. So yeah, I'm Ruth from Junk Run. Quick show of hands, who's heard of Junk Run in the room? Oh, a few preaching to the converted, most of you. Nice to see you all. For those of you not quite so familiar with us, we've been in the business now since 2005, and sitting at the back of the room filming me is Fiona, the owner of the business. Hi Fiona. Very passionate about sending waste to a better place. So 17 going on 18 years we've been at the coalface of this industry. And then behind us are some of our accreditations, certified by Prequal and Impact, Site Safe members, active members of NZGBC, part of the circular economy database that was just introduced, and previous winners and finalists of the SBN Awards. Akina certified, so that's the ESG, environmental social governance, has been externally audited and is pointing in the right direction. And last but not least, and probably most importantly, properly certified by Auckland Council, which is actually a key point if you are engaging someone to haul waste from your site, whether it's a demolition contractor or someone like us. You do need to check that they're actually properly certified with Auckland Council to move waste around the city of Auckland. So this is what we do. We are professional licensed experts. Before the job even starts, we can come onto your site and give you a very thorough waste audit of what's on your site and what you plan to do to that site, and we can give you a pretty accurate idea of what we think could be saved, to be reused or recycled rather than ending up in landfill. And step on from that, we can help set up the waste management plans, as we did with Nigel Benton on his site in Titirangi, to make sure that the waste that is coming off your site is properly sorted, separated and saved. Whether we can provide bins for sorting on site, we can help with the site setup, the education, the toolbox talks and all the signage. We also do offer a soft strip deconstruction service now as well, and of course all the responsible waste haulage and disposal. And we'll touch on at the end is the reporting aspects of it as well, which we've been doing since 2005, and a number of people have talked today about reporting and requirements for reporting. And so I've got some ideas around that as well. So this is our waste hierarchy. And we've seen a number of different versions of this over the course of the day today, but we really here at Junk Run focus on the top two, which is reducing waste and finding ways to reuse waste out there in the local economy. Someone asked a question earlier on about waste materials and where do they go. We've focused very firmly on making sure that waste materials that can be reused are redistributed locally within Auckland to community groups, charities, artisans, repairers, you name it. And it's really important, we feel, to support, and Fiona would agree with me, to support local community and getting these materials that can be reused back out to be the people that can actually do something with them here in Auckland. So we're not big fans of shipping things off to the islands because really keeping it in Auckland gives people work, gives volunteers opportunities, gives students the opportunity to learn new skills. So we're really focused on making sure that it stays where possible within the Auckland community. And then of course, further down the chain is recycling, and there is definitely a place for recycling, but in our mind, it is a little bit further down obviously down the waste hierarchy before the disposal. So this is what we try and encourage on sites and have been doing since 2005, as a lot of people have talked about today. If you're starting out on this journey, the first thing you've got to think about is how you're sorting your waste on site so it can actually be salvaged and gifted and reused. So there's some examples there of I think it's an internal site there up on up in Queen Street, I think that was. This is how we sort and segregate trucks when we're on a job. It just goes to show you the care that is taken by our team who are fully trained so that those materials can be harvested and reused where possible. And we provide the bins as well with the proper labelling, which a lot of people have touched on today as well. And a lot of people, when they're thinking about waste, often don't budget properly for it or really consider what is actually involved in doing this kind of activity. And it's often a last-minute rush. And when you last-minute rush it and don't think it through, it's when you don't get the best outcomes. So thinking from it right from the beginning is where you're going to get the best outcome at the end. So here's a couple of stories. So insulation here on this outside edge. Clean insulation like that can be reused. This was taken to be to a charity that is now using it to help communities down in South Auckland to make warmer and drier homes. It can also be used for tiny home builders and people doing renovations and DIY type of projects. So that there is an example of that. The middle one there is some soundproofing board that came from a commercial defit. We were able to rehome that, so it got reused in full. At the top there's examples which we do day in, day out of windows. They're going back out to be reused in community and house building projects. And at the bottom there is some timber, I think that is actually Remu, that was saved from what would have otherwise been going into a skip to landfill. And we managed to get that rediverted to a group in South Auckland which takes year 12 and 13 students and teaches them how to the trades. And if you get up close, it's a little bit rough and ready, those of you that are qualified builders in the room. But it's them having a go for the very first time at building their own furniture, which they then sell or take home to their families. And that's what you can do with materials if you actually save them and think about it properly. So we're quite proud of some of those social outcomes that we were able to get. This is another story. This was pre-COVID, a few years ago now. We were down in Quay Street. There used to be a convenience 24/7 type of shop there that you walked into that's now a, well, I don't think it is anymore, to be honest. It was a tourist shop, but I don't know that's still there even now. But we got asked to go in and strip it out. On that ute there are polystyrene chiller panels from a walk-in fridge. They're what we call mixed waste. They're aluminium, polystyrene. Most people just look at them and go, landfill. What can you do with it? We got on the phones, and through our networks, we managed to find a chap who was setting up a mushroom business down in the Waikato Raglan region. It does look dodgy, but it's not, I promise. It's just, now you're all awake, aren't you? You're looking at me and listening. No, that's actually the fungus spores, I believe. But anyway, we got in touch with him, and long story short, we managed to rehome that entire shop full of chiller panels, which otherwise would have gone to landfill. And that's the sort of stuff we do day in, day out. And that is at 4 o'clock in the morning, him arriving from Raglan with goodies to share with our team. And the said panels got put on his truck and taken back. And he now runs a thriving mushroom business where he grows very specialized mushrooms and supplies the restaurant industry, thanks to the waste that came out of the shop in Quay Street. So those environmental and social stories are really important, and we love them. Here's a not so great story. This is a true story. Again, pre-COVID, we do a lot of work in the city where we're on, this one particular building was 7 stories of strip out, commercial strip out, and we see these day in, day out. These are office partitions, glass, aluminium. We were asked to come and do a waste audit. We looked at them, we measured them, we took detailed plans, we made phone calls, and we said we can make homes for all of those. We can find homes for 7 floors of that. We know where that's going. What happened on the day? The demolition contractors that were employed to do the actual strip out, wasn't us, decided that the best way to recycle this, and by the way, this was a Green Star project. Okay, this was a Green Star project. The best way to recycle this was to smash the glass out, leave it in a pile on the floor, and then to take the aluminium and put them in their trucks and take them to the scrap metal dealer to make money off that as the demolition contractors. So we came into 7 floors worth of smashed glass and a bit of aluminium. That is not the kind of outcome that should really be ticking any boxes when it comes to Green Star, but it does because it's recycled. So that didn't sit well with us. It still doesn't sit well with us at all. And I'll leave it at that. But that's not so great stories, and that's where Fiona and I do have a little problem sometimes with the way that Green Star and some of the reporting just focuses on recycling. So a far better outcome could have come from that, environmentally and socially, if they had been rehomed, in my opinion. So we've been also working with Master Builders and Nigel Benton. I don't think he's here now, but he was here this morning with this site in Titirangi, which we are proudly involved with. That is almost a zero waste building site. He built 8 townhouses on that site. The old house was trucked away and reused. 8 new townhouses have been built. Junk Run partnered with him to do the waste, some of the waste, with Terry Ann and the plastics project from Unitec. And together we've achieved an outstanding result, and we're very proud of it. I think it's something like 95% has been diverted off that site to be reused and recycled. So you'll be hearing a lot more about that project over the coming months through the Master Builders Network. So keep an eye out for that if you're a member of that. But this is the practices we've got to change, and I think everyone in this room is on the same page with this. This is the mentality that has been part of the New Zealand building scene for too long. Chuck it in a skip and forget about it, chuck it in a flexi bag, don't even think about what you're throwing in there, mixed waste, all together, contaminating, open to the weather. It's never going to be a good outcome. This is the sort of stuff we've got to change. And the only way you can do that is to actually get down onto the building sites and start talking to people and leading by example and showing examples of what can happen. So keep an eye out on the Master Builders and the videos that will be going out around that. But the other thing is, in this day and age, someone touched on this just before, we are also so short-staffed at the moment. If you've got a building team building on a building site, keep them building. Employ a professional company like us to do the waste. And then your builders carry on building. They shouldn't be having to deal with the waste. We can deal with it for you. So this is what we can do with the reporting side of things. I wanted to touch on this as well. That's the type of reporting we've been doing now since 2010, Fiona, I think, right? A long, long time. So a lot of people talk about Green Star projects and the reporting required for some of the other big contractors that it presented earlier this morning. We do our reporting in two ways, weight and volume, because landfills are not filling up because they're too heavy. Landfills are filling up because there's too much stuff in them. And there's some stuff that comes off building sites that has huge volumes, like polystyrene, plastics, cardboard, but they don't weigh an awful lot. So if you just focus on weight, you can get some incredible diversion statistics, allegedly, but you're not really factoring in this huge pile of insulation or polystyrene or cardboard that weighs next to nothing, that if you factored it in and did it on a volume percentage, you'd be a little bit less excited about your results. So we do it in both ways, depending on how you want to report. And we do focus on the recycling, the reallocation, and the landfill aspect. The way this is done, because we handle everything, it's not a guess. Everything is handled, is reported, measured, weighed. We can track dockets backwards and forwards, so you can splice this data any way you want. If you need a job by job, or project by project, or client by client, we can do all of this for you. So we don't just do construction and deconstruction, we do residential work and commercial work. So if anyone needs a big office block cleared out, we can do that too. That's some of our team on the fleet. And how you find us on Instagram and Facebook. And that's how you reach out if you want to know a little bit more about Junk Run. Okay.
Awesome job, fantastic. And now we've got... That's where the weight is. Right, yeah. Cool, fantastic. And now we hear from Trina Growthorpe from Helensville 01.
Yeah,
now this could be tricky.
If you click my slides.
You nod.
I need to start by saying this was not a workplace accident. This was a planned wee little surgery on my hand. But it is a wee bit challenging at the moment. So, hi, my name is Trina Growthorpe. For the last 9 years, I've been managing Helensville Zero Waste, which was formerly the Helensville Community Recycling Centre. These are part of Auckland Council's Zero Waste plans, rolling out a suite of 21 community recycling centres, really focused on rescuing resources from community waste, but doing it at a really localised grassroots level. So that's been me for the last 9 years, and we fluctuate between diversion rates of between 76 and 78%. And that's from material that would normally have all gone to the tip. So we're kind of weirdos in this space. It's something that we really love doing. So diversion from waste is a real specialty area for us. So after we'd been doing this for a little while, we started to look around and think about how else could we tap into our community and make some really big changes. So in 2018, we collaborated with an organisation called Envision, and we brought a pre-1960s bungalow onto our site. And our challenge was to prove that you could deconstruct for the same price that you could demolish, and do it in around about the same time frame. We decided not to go for the easy path, so it was 2 chicks and a cherry picker, myself and one of the girls from Envision, and we engaged corrections workers, people who have committed crimes and are doing their time working out hours in communities. So it wasn't the most talented workforce that we started with, but it was an incredible project, and we ended up diverting 83% away from that house deconstruction. We proved that it took only 2 to 3 days longer than demolition, and we got an extra $7,000 to $8,000 on top, selling that material back into our community again. And it was beautiful timber. I personally do have a problem with sending our beautiful native timber offshore. I view it a lot like greenstone. This isn't a renewable resource. I'd love to be deconstructing, so we flooded the market with that material and made it affordable for everybody. So that was a really neat project, and that really prompted council. We kept all the data from that project, and it prompted council to do a cost-benefit analysis. It was a huge body of work using our data and other people's data as well, and really just came out to the industry saying, yes, at that point in time, deconstruction was a viable way to go. And I just drove up today and saw deconstruction sign written on the side of somebody's vehicle, and I thought, yeah, that was just, it's so cool to see it just sort of as a mainstream concept now. So we dabbled in. We never intended that to be part of our business model. That was just really something that we wanted to do to demonstrate how worthwhile it was. Our current project that we're working on now is diverting waste away from new build sites. And in Helensville, we actually didn't have a lot of building going on for a while because our septic system had maxed out, and so nobody else could hook up to the septic system. But they've got developers now who are putting in their own systems, and so we've started to see things fire up again. And I got really fed up with driving around my community, seeing 9 cubic metre skip bins everywhere full of stuff that I just knew we could put back into our community. So we started off designing a system, saying how we're going to do this. We've come with some funky little bin designs. Those are actually 2 cubic metre bins with dividers in the middle of them and a flap that opens at one end. So everything we design is based on permaculture as well. So when we bring it back to the site again, we want to have the least amount of effort and the most efficient way of actually putting that material onto the site that doesn't involve people having to lift things all the time. So a lot of work went into those bins, and also when we talked to people at building sites, the footprint that we had on their building site, they were worried we'd take up too much space. And so what we've managed to do is dramatically reduce the footprint with these bins. And on the side of the bins, we have clip-on signs that tells you at any point in time what needs to be going into those bins. And to be able to do that, we sat down with a project manager and we really understood each different stage of the builds and what materials would be happening at each of those stages. So it's not about having a massive stuff there all the time. It's just about understanding what's happening next. We came up with our health and safety plans. You might have just gone a wee bit quick for me. Health and safety plans and a methodology for diversion recording, because of course those statistics at the end are what tell the story. And we also went about finding the champions. Now our champions turned out to be in the guise of actually the most important people that I found were the guys who cleaned up the site at the end of the site. So it was finding who are those key people who are going to actually make this project work really, really well. So GJ Gardner, we approached GJ Gardner in Kumu first of all, and they agreed straight away. They could see the writing on the wall. They knew the times were changing, and they said yes, that they would allow us to do a trial project, start to finish on a build. We then approached Rodney Local Board, who came up with funding for us to do this trial project, and they've been so happy with how it's going, we're getting ongoing funding for a couple more years. Thank you. So GJ Gardner said, yes, we'll do a trial with you. They gave us a really great little corner site. And the first thing we did was we made some noise, and so we came up with some signage and we created a whole lot of noise in the community, and everyone straight away just got super excited. And so we started to get lots of people coming in and asking us what we were doing, and those conversations started. And then we sort of started to realise you could trip over your success, where people were going, well, I'm building a house, can you do it for us? And we were like, whoa, not yet. It was really important for us that we got our methodology on the first one right, instead of just trying to rush out and please everybody at once. We've learnt a lot along the way, and I think had we just rolled this out to everybody first of all, we would have had some problems. So we've got a little message board that tells people what we're trying to achieve, and really just sort of lit up the site. You could see that our trucks are sign written, our bins are sign written, so there's no confusion about what we're trying to achieve there. So results so far. This is what the house was looking like around about a week ago. One of the biggest things that I've noticed is, compared to all the other sites, it's really clean and it's really, really super tidy. And we're emptying out of this site probably about every week at the moment. It's really important for us that The bins don't get full, there's no mess there. We're always making sure that the site's nice and tidy. And so we're at this stage of the build at the moment, and our diversion rate is 81%. Now, because we've got this cool little recycling centre and it's got this amazing reuse shop that naturally everybody should come and visit because it's just got one of everything in it, the materials that we recover from these sites and those bins go straight back to our site, and often it's sold the same day. And we're finding there is a massive appetite for this material. So we're talking reinforcing steel, we're talking timber, we're talking waratahs, just so much stuff that's just gone back, and we just put it straight out in our little shop, and it's kind of, people are twigged on now that Thursday's the day, and people are just rocking up on a Thursday waiting to see what's coming out of the building site. GJ Gardner have promised us all the builds in our area once we finish the trial. It's a no-brainer. They just said, yep, nope, you got it. As soon as you finish this, we want you across all of our sites, and we don't think we're going to have any problem bringing the other building companies on board. The statistics that we'll have from this will tell the story, and I think it will be a really easy sell job. And we went in first of all saying we'll do it for the same price that you're currently paying to send everything to landfill. And that's turning out to be a real good little business model actually, because we're doing that really easily, but of course we've got the residual benefit of on-selling the material and getting the money from the material. So it's a great little business model, and definitely will be something that we continue with. The finish line for us is a how-to guide, so we'll be producing a little glossy brochure that'll talk about our journey, how we interacted, the design of the bins. All of that's going to be open source material for anybody else who wants to set something similarly up. Because we were funded by Rodney Local Board, our commitment is that anyone who's in the Rodney area will get that how-to guide for free because they paid for it, and anyone who's outside of that, it'll be really, really affordable to get their hands on it. Yeah, and for us, the final thing will just be bedding this in as another really great service that we offer as a part of our suite. And so I would super encourage anybody else who's out there in that community recycling space. It's a really cool space to get into, and I'm really excited to see how this rolls out for the future. Thank you.
Fantastic. And now we'll hear from Alex and Dylan from Level of Deconstruction. Great to see this rolling out, becoming more and more normal out there. Look at that. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's, I've just nearly knocked the battery out of that now.
Kia ora everyone. I'm Dylan, co-director with Alex of Level of Deconstruction. At Level of Deconstruction, we dismantle houses by hand to maximise the salvageable contents. A 90 square metre weatherboard home on average takes our team 6 days to complete, with a minimum requirement of 80% diverted from landfill. We consider ourselves as one of the most sustainable demolition companies in Aotearoa. We also offer a pre-demolition salvage service where we assist other demolition companies and civil companies on their projects by going in and removing as many salvageable materials from each house within a 1 to 2 day period.
Our core business mission is to impact waste to landfill by providing end-of-life solutions for materials deemed as waste. A few other people have talked earlier about the word waste and the fact that we should be looking at them as materials for reuse, and that fits in perfectly with what we want to achieve. We want to emphasise reuse over recycling as well. A lot of materials that go for recycling, as you can see in these photos, can be turned into anything. We've got furniture and planter boxes as an example there. Most of the houses we're dismantling now are built between 1930 and 1970 and full of beautiful New Zealand native timber. From the top to the bottom, this timber makes up most of the material in the house. Our process involves on-site grading of timber to determine whether it is reused, repurposed or recycled. The on-site grading is, for example, A-grade timber would be any length of 4x2 framing, 6x2 joists, 100x100 bearer, weatherboards, floorboards, with little to no defects in it. These materials are saved for reuse and repurposing within Auckland. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, sorry, my note was, here's an example of some, this is not New Zealand native, this is a pile of cedar timber, which doesn't get rerun into flooring, which is what most of our native timber's used for. But this was reused by the recreators in their, with Jer and her team, a lot of you will know her, teaching workshops to people about how to upskill these materials that are deemed as waste. So that's pretty awesome, and we like donating to places like that as well, anything that doesn't fit the criteria to be a floor. B-grade timber is identified as having defects such as too much bow in the timber, cracked timber with shake through it from the sappy parts of the timber, or borer having eaten through it. B-grade timber gets put in its own bin, and that all goes off for recycling. Other materials off our sites, roofing iron can be reused or recycled depending on its condition, if it's rusty or if it's good. Roofing tiles, we've seen a lot of way to companies that shift houses and damage roofs in the process. They always want roof tiles to match into the roofs they've damaged, or demo yards, piles of tiles, too much so that often a lot of the tiles end up going for recycling as a last resort. Single glazed timber joinery is probably one of the hardest things for us to repurpose. All of our windows are either sold as they are to demolition yards or private buyers, listed for free on community pages, or ultimately, if no one comes and picks them up, we have to break them down and separate the glass from the timber. If we can reuse the timber, we will, otherwise it goes in that recycling timber bin.
This deconstruction summary is from a project we did back in 2021 of a 1880s villa in Takapuna, where we managed to divert over 94% of the house from landfill. These numbers do not include hard-fill materials, as someone was saying they were wondering about earlier. Yes, so we actually haven't been including hard-fill materials in our salvage summaries due to the fact that we believe it's a cop-out because it should be getting recycled anyway, and it makes up the majority of the weight. This is just one of many projects that we've managed to divert over 90%. Since April 2021, with majorly just being me and Alex, we've stopped over 200 tonnes of material ending up in landfill.
There's been a lot of, sorry, I just want to talk about the truck. There's been a lot of talk about quantifying and weighing materials and people doing research and stuff. So part of our little project has been purchasing 10-tonne commercial scales and parking our truck on it so that we can weigh everything that actually gets reused, so that we can actually quantify what's reused. We get all the reporting back from our bins on what's recycled and what actually ends up in the landfill.
No, you're right. We donate 5% of our profits to Trees That Count. By doing this, we're contributing to the regeneration of native forests throughout Aotearoa. Due to the amount of labour involved in the process of deconstruction, we're able to offer more job opportunities compared to the traditional digger demolition. 6 months ago, our team doubled, going from just me and Alex to being able to take on 2 more full-time employees.
Some future plans for us. We need all the third-party providers that we use for recycling and everything at the moment, but we have plans over the next 3 years to start processing more ourselves. We want to rely less on other people to provide reporting and other people to provide the recycling methods, so that we can get a higher percentage of waste diversion and save us time on bin exchanges and salvage material collection. Ultimately, we want to be fully circular within our own business, from extracting the raw materials, reprocessing the materials, and integrating them one day into a build or reuse process within the company. One of the main goals is to constantly be achieving 90% landfill diversion from our projects.
Also, we've just recently acquired a yard to where we'll begin this journey.
Start doing this to try.
For deconstruction's impact to increase, we need to see reuse and recycling regulations introduced into the demolition industry. Pictured, you can see a house that I witnessed being crushed and burnt on my commute to Hamilton 2 weeks ago. We don't believe this happens often, but obviously happens nonetheless.
One house.
Yeah, that wasn't one house.
4 in a row down the road.
To stop things like this occurring, we believe there should be a registration process for residential houses being demolished. Included in this could be, but not limited to, who the company is, what the method of demolition used is, the date of demolition, and the licensed facility that the waste is going to. Waste levies also need to be drastically increased for people to start seeking a more sustainable option in the industry. The cost to deconstruct using a digger does not benefit us financially. A 14-tonne house can be crushed and sent to landfill within a 2-day window. Our processes on the same house would take up to 6 days, saving the digger up to $2,300 per job on labour and waste costs alone. Over the course of a 48-week work year, that's a potential savings of $108,000. That's for house. The current cost to send waste to landfill would need to almost triple for us to be on an even playing field before time differences are even considered. A digger demo can turn over 3 times the amount of projects we can in a 1-week period. Wood alone makes up 12.6% of Aotearoa's annual weight sent to landfill, a product that can be easily diverted if the demolition industry was regulated and audited. What we're doing in the demolition industry is nothing new or groundbreaking. It is what was happening pre the digger age, with just more recycling resources. Generally, what we're trying to achieve is just industry degrowth. Thank you.
Fantastic seeing you're on the tools and you're doing the thinking all the way up to the top as well. That's awesome. Next generation coming through and growing, thank God. Thank you very much. And we'll have Regan Burke from Civil Share.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. And it looks like we're all here to save the planet, which is awesome collaboration today, which is awesome. So, just to give everyone a bit of a background, I'm not sure if anyone or everyone has heard of Civil Share, but we've kind of been around for a couple of years now. I've got a construction background, builder by trade. I've been in the civil construction industry for about 20 years. I saw a need, especially in the construction industry, the amount of waste that was going to landfill, the amount of resources that were just being wasted in general was pretty poor. And I just saw that there was a bit of a lack of some form of communication between the industry and the whole kind of economy, really. So the main goal that we wanted to create was a platform where it was kind of like a Facebook, Trade Me, LinkedIn, but for construction, to be able to share resources. So that's wasted resources, you know, your timber, concrete, but also materials, resources like plant, equipment, and also people to be able to find jobs. And also a bit of a hub for people to be able to talk and share ideas and ask questions. was the kind of the key idea. I've actually been away for about a year with some health issues because I think I was doing a bit too much. I just created this app called Civil Share by taking a mortgage out my house a few years ago, and I was actually running a full-time construction company with about 80 staff. So this was a bit of a hobby. I just thought, build the platform, people will talk about it, people will use it. It was actually a little bit more involved. Luckily, we got approached by Auckland Council, and they said we did a presentation for them. They said, why don't you apply for funding at a 50k waste minimisation innovation fund? So we're like, oh, okay, sweet. When's that round open? They said 2 weeks. Okay, sweet. All right. Applied, got the full funding. That definitely helped. Built some more functionality and did some marketing. Got a few users. One of the first successful listings we actually had on this platform was 200,000 cubic metres of fill going from one site, and somebody else needed 180,000 cubic metres of fill for another construction site. Because the benefit in Civil Share is you can get instant location-based notifications. So if you're looking for concrete, you're looking for fill, you're looking for steel, whatever you're looking for, timber, you can create a notification and it will just send you a text and give you their contact details. So yeah, it works on 2 levels. So trade, where you can trade those 3 resources, and talk, so you can share, ask and answer. So that's kind of the fundamentals on how that works. Actually, I'm part of Civil Contractors New Zealand as well, and just got back onto the executive committee with them, where we're a part of the sustainable business outcomes, sustainable outcomes for civil contractors, where I got to judge and be a head judge for the Innovation Awards, which was great to see all the leaders in construction and how passionate they all are to drive this innovation and sustainable business and sustainable practices. And the best thing about talking to all of these people with those innovative products is how passionate everyone is in this space that are doing what they're doing. There's a couple of you here today that I got to meet and talk about, and some amazing products happening out there. And one of the things we found as well with CCNZ is 70% of the talk is sustainability. It used to be health and safety 10 years ago. Now it's sustainability, environment, what can we do, which is huge. It's showing that it's really turning around. So yeah, I guess where Civil Share is right now, we've actually got close to 5,000 users. Oh, this is the wrong one. There's about 160 private groups on the app, on the platform as well. So on the platform, you can share things publicly to everyone in the country, or just locally based, or you can share resources within a closed group as well. So if you've got an organisation with subcontractors, suppliers, demolition companies, you can actually share those resources internally, so it's not going out to the public. Some of the materials that we're actually finding are Tesla batteries, solar panels, all perfectly brand new materials that are coming onto the platform. Jib, everything else. As soon as they come up, they can be gone though. So you've got to sometimes get in quick or create those let me knows. There's been I think there's about 3,000 successful trades, and there's been about 15,000 tonnes of waste diverted over the last 4 years that the platforms helped provide. We can also, actually I'll go to the next slide, I think it tells, no, oh no, it's the old one. I was sent the wrong presentation. Anyway, so what we actually report on, so we actually go and do help DIYers, we help SMEs, we help corporates, and the platform is free at the moment. So you can make a listing, set up notifications, do everything. And how we charge was going to corporates and larger organisations and helping them get set up, creating groups, helping them manage their sites and setting things up. We can actually go into the tender stage and actually go and help them de-risk a lot of materials, as we already know where a lot of the homes for these materials can go. We're also creating a map within the app as well. So for every organisation that has materials to get rid of or needs materials, we're creating it's like a directory as well, but it's more of a map view. You can just type in timber and it will have all of the listings that in your area that people that want timber will have timber to get rid of. sorry, without the right slide, I've kind of slapped me around a bit. So the main 3 items that we do track and report on is environmental, financial cost savings, and community. So community support, where those end of life, where those materials are actually going, and helping the organisations promote that end of life for those materials as well. But yeah, environmentally, we also track the waste diversion from landfill, and we've got a verification method built into the app as well, so it gets validated by not only the people selling or getting rid of the materials, giving it away for free, but also by the people that are collecting those resources and those materials as well. And yeah, so that's some wins. We've actually just signed one of the largest construction companies in the country onto Civil Share now, so we should be going from about 5,000 users, hopefully in the next couple of months, to about 10,000 users, which is definitely going to help provide items and listings and people that hopefully have homes for these materials to go. So that's probably the one thing that we need, is people to just know about the app, download it, use it, throw a couple of listings up there and just watch what happens. It can be pretty fascinating to see how quickly you can get rid of something. And you can make a listing within 30 seconds and track everything that you want. So a couple of months ago, a company called 3PM that I've known and worked with for a few years, we wanted to acquire Civil Share, so I managed to sell to 3PM. They are a digital-based, so take a construction company, digitalise that company from paper-based to digitalise and create portals so they can price jobs, organise their own resources, and yeah, do everything through there, just be able to track projects and materials and people. So that's what 3PM stands for: projects, plant and people and materials. It's not the time we knock off work, although sometimes. Sometimes it's what time people start work at 3PM. But yeah, the ideal is that if you use 3PM and you're in a construction company, you can finish. You can knock off by 3PM because you're so well organised. But lastly, yeah, I just wanted to say that in the wise words of one wise man once said, stop, collaborate and listen. I'm guessing by the laugh that you know that that's Vanilla Ice. I'd like to just change that around a little bit and just have collaborate, get together and share. And that's the main point that I guess that I want to get out. Civil Share is a sharing platform, and it's been born out of passion for wanting to share resources and ideas. We want it to keep it as cheap and as free for as long as possible, but in order for it to be a sustainable business, we're going to have to start charging, but the idea is it's going to be so cheap, it's a no-brainer that you list on there. So with that, yeah, that's what's great to see about today. We're sharing ideas, collaborating, and getting together. So I just want to, yeah, keep doing this, keep this conversation going. So thank you very much.